Hey everyone, welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit. I am thrilled to have you all here today. I am excited to kick off this 3-day adventure, and I'm super excited that you're all here to really commit to being calm this day and honestly every day moving forward. I have a couple of our speakers with us today. Wendy Olagi of the International Parent Academy is here, and she will be actually opening up our first discussion with me on Calm Begins at Home. Chris Lake, who is the founder of Community for a Cause, is also here, and he will be joining us to kick off this summit. But his training will be on Friday, Thursday. I forget which day your training is, Chris. So
I'll be there Thursday. No worries.
Thursday. There we go. I should have the schedule in front of me. So welcome, Wendy. Welcome, Chris. I'm so excited. We're here together and ready to be calm. So I hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. Wendy, you're having an afternoon, an evening?
Oh, yeah. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Wendy. Good to see you.
So I just want to talk a little bit before we get started about what calm means to you. Thank you for being here just for our kickoff so that everybody starts getting in the mood. But if you would, Chris and Wendy, would you share what calm means to you before we get started with our first presentation of Calm Begins at Home? Chris, I know you got to go. You don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to start with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And first of all, I'm so glad to be here. I love this concept. I love us sharing the peace and the space of calmness internationally. So everyone who has joined to be a part, thank you. And again, thank you very much, Celia. So for me, calm is stillness wrapped in gratitude. Same definition I give to peace. It's stillness wrapped in gratitude. Both elements are present. You are in a place where you are both observer as well as recipient of the moment. And whether that's with loved ones, whether that's at work, whether that's on your commute, I firmly believe that we always have access to calm and even a little greater calm than the moment may present if we so choose. And we choose that with gratitude, and we choose that by being still.
I love that. And yes, gratitude is so important. So important everyday life. Honestly, all of you, everyone should start the day stating and writing down, actually writing down. Don't just say it, but write down what you're grateful for. And I encourage you to say 3 things. Don't just stop at one. Think of 3 things. And what's great is if you're a parent or a grandparent or a caregiver and you have children with you, start a gratitude journal and have everyone write that down. And although with children, gratitude is very immediate, it's all about them and what they have. But the more you share what you're grateful for, I'm grateful for dirty dishes because it means we have food to eat. I'm grateful for laundry because it means we have clothes to wear. The more you expand your window, they will learn to as well. So wonderful. Thank you for that contribution, Chris. And stay as long as you're able. I know you got to run, but we're grateful for you being here during the kickoff before we start our program. Wendy, what do you have to share about what calm means to you?
Hi, Celia, and hey, happy International Day of Calm. I pray we all remain calm. So for me, calm means connection, acceptance, listening, and mastery. Last year I came up with this acronym that means calm, how much we can connect in the moment, how much we can accept the moment, how much we can listen into the moment, and how much we can master what exactly is happening at the moment. I just realized, and taking it in the phase of parenting, which is the space where we are. One thing we fail to understand is how to connect, how to listen, and how to accept, and how to master the circumstances around whatever it is that is happening to us per time when it comes to parenting our children. So, yes, that will be my um, meaning of calm. And I'm sure that is very easy to remember: connection, acceptance, listening in, and mastery.
I love that, and it's so true, and often that is true for any relationship, not just parent and child, because so often we're so quick to judge and
Mhm,
criticize and
mhm,
ridicule, and that leads to disconnect, not connection. And that also leads, if you're in a parent-child role, that leads to your children not being willing to come and talk to you about things
mm,
because they know they're just gonna be judged or made fun of. In a coworker role, that leads to that coworker not coming to you, sharing ideas, and, being willing to offer their thoughts and opinions because they know judgment is there. And it leads people as a whole growing up with this kind of judgment and lack of understanding. It creates people that are not confident and second guess themselves constantly. So I love that definition of calm. It's wonderful. Thank you so much, Wendy. We are going to get started on our first program today for the Day of Calm. But before we do, I want to thank two people that are in the backstage area right now, because this could not go off like it has without these two people. Czar and Anupam, team Day of Calm, are back in the back office working hard to make sure that everything pulls together. All these classes get shown and all the speakers are heard and understood, and everyone is able to ask questions at the end of each program. I do want to say one thing, and that is the speaker that comes after Wendy and I, C.L. King, amazing human, the in, founder of Intentional Life 24/7. Is that it? Well, anyway, I'll get that. I feel like that's not perfectly it. But CL King unfortunately had to undergo surgery today. And we pray for him and hope he is well and hope everything goes well with his surgery. But even though he wasn't feeling well, he stepped up to the plate and he recorded a session for you so you guys wouldn't miss it. So after Wendy and I talk and we do questions, CL King will be here, not live, but he will be here ready to bring his wisdom to the table, all about what we see in the mirrors. And mirrors is an acronym, and wait till you find out what it all means. It's amazing. I've heard it. So I don't want you to think that these are recorded sessions. Only CL's is recorded. The rest for today, Thursday, and Friday are all live and going off without a hitch because of Team Calm. So, Chris, thank you for being here. I think he got off. And now Wendy and I, let's talk about how calm begins at home.
mm.
And here we are, me and Wendy, sisters separated at birth.
I
One
don't
place on
like.
one side of the globe and the other place on the other side of the globe. And
Mm,
somehow, by God's will, we were brought together. And it has been a blessing ever since, because our passion, our mission to help parents stop the aggressive behaviors towards children and start understanding children and understanding how they learn and what helps them to cooperate instead of constantly discouraging the cooperation and really taking action against their belief in themselves. And I want to assume that most parents want the best for their children.
Hmm.
And because of that, it is up to all of you to truly learn how to be a better parent. Wendy's organization is called the Intentional Parent Academy, and that word is magic, intentional. You have to be intentional. Yes, is it easier sometimes to fly from the seat of your pants? Is it easier just to react? Maybe easier. May take the time not to think about what your reaction is, but it is one of the most detrimental things that you can do to the development of a child. So Wendy Olagi, I love you. I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy you team up with me on the International Day of Calm, and we are going to kick this party off. So welcome, Wendy.
Thank you, Celia. And congratulations again, International Day of Calm. Again, I love the International Day of Calm. Talk about calm, for any time that we're, having this international. Oh, by the way, so in the academy, we adopted April as the month of calm in the academy, of course. So April is the month of calm. And right now we are, talking about being calm and all of that. This morning, I still spoke to the parents in the academy, and I was trying to say, you can actually parent by being calm. And somebody said, it's not possible. I have 5 children. I said, wait for it. Join us at the International Day of Calm today. And I want Celia to share her experience. When we talk about it, and the person said, oh, no, down here, I said, it's everywhere. We have yelling parents all over the world. In America, in Nigeria, wherever it is, we have yelling parents everywhere. And every single one of the yelling parents think the same way. They think what you're saying is not possible. What you're saying is not, it's not like that. Don't say it like that. It's not the same. But we're here to tell you today that calm is possible. So connecting, accepting, listening, and mastery. You can actually master the act of speaking calmly. You can master that act of being able to do it. Now, Celia said something at the beginning of, the introduction, 2 sisters from 2 different worlds. When Celia and I shared some of the experiences we had, growing up. Yesterday, we were still talking, and we were still talking about having 2 fathers who were yellers. Most of us are coming from same kind of background. But the question is, how willing are we to identify that that's not the way to go and begin to do something differently about it? I think Celia should start by sharing the fact that you can be calm even with 5 children.
So, and actually that gives a good leadway for both of us to talk about our families so that you guys know where we're coming from. Because like what Wendy said, all the way in Nigeria, and I'm here in the United States, just outside of Baltimore, Maryland. What Wendy said about things being similar wherever you're located throughout the globe, it is, because we all take our experience of our childhood and we bring it into parenthood. And it doesn't matter where you live, that's what you do until you learn something different. We take the maximum of our information and knowledge and we present it in our life. And if at the total of our knowledge equals still not working very well, then we need to learn what we don't know. So yes, let me introduce myself with my family. I am Celia Kibler, and I am the founder of the International Day of Calm, Pumped Up Parenting, and Fun Fit Family Fitness. And I have 5 children. 2 I gave birth to, 3 I gained through marriage. I have been successfully parenting a blended family for over 27 years. Blended. I have been a real life parent, real life every day, for over 40 years. And I have 9 wonderful grandchildren. And so, yes, you can live life with many children without yelling. I did not yell, and I came from a father that did yell. But the interesting thing about yelling is that you actually come out a couple different ways. You either come out as an aggressive person who uses the aggression that you learned growing up and you carry that into your everyday life. Where do
Mm.
bullies learn to bully? For the most part, they learn to bully at home by someone who is busy bullying them. So if you're hitting your child, shouting at your child, being aggressive, intolerant, guess what they're learning? That. And
Mm.
that's what they're doing in their daily life. But the other thing that happens is you also instill fear in your children. And unless you want your child to fear you, this is not the way to go. It is not respect. It is often confused with respect.
Mm.
But please ask yourself, who do you respect that spends all their time yelling and screaming at you or even possibly hitting you? Do you respect that person? No. You fear that person. You're angry at that person.
Mm.
You're frustrated to that person. You're overwhelmed with everything, but you're not respecting that person. And for children, it's the same thing. They are in fear of you. And so some children, like what happened to me, come out the peacemaker. And I know I brought this to a whole new level of peace with the International Day of Calm,
Mm.
but I came out of my childhood thinking that I had to make peace. I had to keep everyone calm. I
Mm.
had to avoid confrontation at all
Mm.
costs. Why I separated from my first husband, because I avoided confrontation at all costs,
Mm.
and we never
Mm.
talked about anything. We never
Mm.
argued. For 15 years, we didn't have an argument. That's a long time to live with someone and not argue. And that was
Mm.
because I avoided it. I did whatever needed to be done to not have that confrontation.
Mm.
So, yes, you can parent without yelling. What you're missing is the tools and strategies in your tool belt that you can work from and understand how to create a more cooperative home. So, Wendy, can you also introduce your family and tell people about the ages of your children?
So I currently have 2 children, a set of twins, who are teenagers. And when Celia was speaking about calm, and she said something, that you come out, 2 ways. It's either you come out of the yelling system, becoming the peacemaker, where you are quiet, you're shut down, kind of. And while I was teaching this morning, I said something to the parents. I said, being quiet is not necessarily being calm, parenting with calm, because you can just keep quiet. Because when we talk about calm, a lot of parents say, do you mean I should just keep quiet and say nothing? No, that's not it. That's also an extreme, that's one of the things that this also gives you, the yelling system. So you come out either becoming so, oh, I just don't want to get involved. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to be on my own. Or you come out telling yourself this kind, actually, I'm going to fight everybody that tries to do this to me. So 2 extremes that gives you. Okay, so I'm the founder of the Intentional Parents Academy, and I have done this for 5 years. And one of the things that I have been able to pick is the place of knowing what to do. And I think that's also what is missing. Now, a lot of coaches come and tell you, oh, do not yell. And then what else is there to do? Which is the conversation today. What else is there to do? Oh, don't yell. Okay, I've heard you. So are you saying we should just keep quiet? So many parents just go, you know, and just go and sit. All right? Go and sit. So, and just say nothing. So we're not saying that you should say nothing. We're not saying you should do nothing. We're saying that you should pick up the tools to become an effective, parent who wouldn't yell. And some of the tools I had, looked at when it comes to skills to actually stop yelling. One of the reasons why we yell many of the times is because we can't communicate rightly. Now, effective communication, it's one big deal in parenting. In fact, in every relationship, because it is, you're talking to someone, you think the person is listening to you. That's why we yell. We get to a point where we get frustrated. The moment communication is lost, violence comes in, and yelling is part of it. So you throw a tantrum. You throw a tantrum. Why do children throw tantrums? When they lose language, they throw a tantrum. When they lose communication, they throw a tantrum. Throwing a tantrum is, you need to hear me. That's what throwing a tantrum is. But when they know what to do, you see them, pointing and all of that, or they can communicate. So that's why children throw tantrums. So adults also throw tantrums. They might not.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
You might not want to agree that you throw a tantrum, but you do. All right. So when that thing, you're struggling with that particular thing, and the problem is coming on you, and all that, you just lose it. So that's what happens when you are quiet and do not know the effective way to communicate. At some point, you're going to explode. Another skill that you would need is the skill of emotional intelligence. All right. That's one of the skill that you would need to actually be able to stop yelling. Another is discipline, because discipline is structure, it's planning. If you do not have that structure in your home, you are going to continue to yell. What causes us to yell? That the children didn't do what they're supposed to do, or did do what they're supposed to do wrongly, or maybe did it at the long time, or all of the issues, logistics problems, right? Discipline, structure. So discipline means structure. It doesn't mean to yell, it doesn't mean to beat, it doesn't mean to shame. And then you also have the leadership skills, because you're not a good leader. You might not also want to agree, but that's the truth. Leadership skills actually teaches you to communicate better and what is to say when. All right. And then connection. You need to build your skills in being able to connect with your children. And that is a very key aspect of your journey in building the system of calm.
Absolutely. And so so informative and helpful. And I want to pause here, and I want to address a couple questions in the chat. And we also have one visitor that I want to bring in and kind of have a break from this conversation. But Judy said that is having confrontation.
Hey, Celia, you are out of the stream. Okay,
Oh,
good.
there I am. Okay, I'm back in.
All right.
Sorry, guys. Judy asked about non-confrontation with, or confrontation with or without an argument doesn't sound healthy, and it's not. Confrontation is a good thing. Conversation is a great thing. And a lot of times when we grow up non-confrontational, we also feel like we are not worthy of our own emotions, our own opinions, and our own thoughts. So to avoid confrontation, we remove ourselves from the discussion because we're afraid of being judged. We're afraid of actually worrying about what other people are going to think or say back to us. So yes, so confrontation is super is important. Conversation is more important, because confrontation usually is an aggressive approach. Conversation is what happens when you look at things logically. You both discuss things, you voice opinions, and yes, you are all worthy of being heard. You are worthy of your emotions. You are worthy of your feelings. You are not the sacrificial lamb. You have the rights to being heard and being respected and being treated compassionately when you speak your mind and you talk about things. But the important thing about talking up and talking back that you need to also help your children learn is that talking back is lack of respect. The big difference between talking back and talking up, we want children to speak up. We want them to question and ask and learn. We want adults to do the same, but you always do it respectfully. A child talks back, disrespectful. A child talks up and has a conversation and offers their opinions, respectful. So that's the difference between having that conflict or having a conversation. So thank you for your question. And in answer to questions, we are going to talk more. We are going to have Q&A at the end, live Q&A. And so I was going to bring up John Paul, but I think he left the stream, so he may not be here. So if he's able to come back, we'll talk about him. He is the founder of the brilliant nursery and primary school in Uganda, the school that we as a Day of Calm are working to build permanent buildings for, and supply kids and salaries and all that, so their wonderful school can continue to prosper. If you are interested in offering some financial support to get our mission done with helping them have permanent buildings, you can find out more at rescueaschool.com. Rescueaschool.com. Go there and you can buy some books for a couple dollars. There's all kinds of things on your budget that you can contribute to make their school a reality for all the kids that are there that live very risky lives. So rescueaschool.com right on the screen. And we're going to get back to our conversation. If John Paul jumps in, we'll bring him in and have a little break just to say hi to him. So let's go back to Calm Begins at Home and why we chose to name our beginning conversation Calm Begins at Home. Because let's think about this. You're home. It's morning. You're rushing around. You're barely getting something to eat. You're racing here. You're racing there. If you have children, you're yelling at them. Come on, come on, come on. We got to go. We got to go. We got to go. Everyone is rushing. Everyone is stressed out. I'm getting stressed just describing it. And then you go off on your day. What kind of day can you possibly have starting your morning that stressed out and angered? You cannot possibly have a good day. You're already starting out on the negative. You're already starting out in chaos. And your little children's brains or big children's brains are already stressed and angered. How can they approach their studies in a positive, enriching way? How can you approach your day positively? You need to be walking out that door with smiles. And I know some of you are saying, impossible, can't be done, can't be done. I have tried everything and it can't be done. Nothing works. And Wendy's laughing because she has parents that tell her the same thing. And yet, Wendy and I have been able to make this possible. How? First and foremost, always communication. Talk about it. Sit down with your kids and say, you know what? We're like wild people on the loose in the morning. We need to calm this down. Maybe you need to wake up earlier. Maybe you need to wake up before your children and get yourself together before you start helping your children. You definitely need to apply a routine to your mornings. If you don't have a routine, it's not working. And a routine is not, when I talk to parents, many parents will say, well, we have like a routine, like we get up and we get dressed and, the kids go watch TV and then somehow we put on, breakfast. And that is not a routine. That is chaos. A routine looks like this. You wake up, you go potty, you get yourself dressed, you brush your teeth, you straighten your bed, you come for breakfast, you eat breakfast, and you know what's a golden nugget? I'm telling you right now, this is a golden nugget. So write it down. Parents, if you're parents or grandparents or caregivers, write it down. Get your pen, get your paper. Add in 10 minutes of playtime with you and your child. Make that connection before you go on your way. And the two of you or more of you will walk out of that home with a smile on your face and with love in your heart, ready to start your day. That's a routine. And that step by step process is followed in the same order every single morning. That's how you get out. Okay, Wendy.
Yeah, so
And we will get to these questions, guys. And I'm hoping Zar and Anapan are checking out the questions as they're coming in, because we want to do training and not get distracted, because I don't know about Wendy, but I am like the queen of distraction. So I'm going to get distracted.
I
and go
know.
off.
I can imagine.
And
I
here's
saw
a question.
Johnson. Yes, I saw Johnson, talking about how you apply the emotional intelligence, that was mentioned earlier. I was talking about the skills that you need to build. All right. And, I mentioned emotional intelligence. So when I was working my journey, so unlike Celia, whose yelling process got her to become mute, mine got me to the other end. So that's the other extreme. And for every time I had a mom who never yelled. So for every time I wondered why I had to raise my voice, and I started to work on it. There's something called relearning. There's something called reparenting the brain. There's something called emotional relearning. And that's one of the things that parents would need to do. Relearning how you actually react to events, relearning how you look at things, relearning how you look at your emotions and what you should be doing with them. Now, one of the things, you must note is that emotions, parenting is an emotional journey. So the moment you become a parent, there are lots of emotions, all right, that come to it. And then you would need to work on it. Now, sometimes your children are going to be excited, happy. Sometimes they're even overly happy, and you are, what is all this? Sometimes, they are, crying and crying so much. You're wondering, what is all this? So there's extreme emotions. Sometimes they are doing so well, you're so excited and all of that. So if you do not learn how to manage those emotions per time, they might overwhelm you on the journey. And that can actually trigger you to begin to yell. Now, one of the things that I say, Celia was talking about, the mornings and what happens in the morning and all of that. One of the things I teach is that you should go to your own family and recognize your fire hotspots. Fire hotspots. Every family have their own fire hotspots. Morning fire hotspots. Every family. For some families is that, you're praying and it's taking too long. For some family is they're eating. For some family, the hotspot is, taking their bath. Some families, when they are eating, there's a lot of disorganization. Some families is the prayer time. What is that hotspot in your home that actually triggers you? If you're not able to identify your family hotspot, you're going to continue to yell in the morning. So one of the things that you want to do, it might be, that you don't plan enough. When my children were in grade school, what we do is that we plan even before the morning. So one of the hot spots was going to be chores in the morning. You see that pressure you put on your children. I say in the morning, you need to wake up. You need to clean the bathroom. You need to jump to you can actually take it out if it's a hot spot. How do you take it out? Swap it from morning till evening. It's not cast on the stone. Before you sleep, do the chores. When you wake up, the house is clean. And that's your hotspot, and that's you have eliminated. So we eliminated it because my own children had to fix their meals in the morning when they wake up in primary school. So by the time we wake up in the morning, all right, they are going down to make, their meals, and everybody is excited. So they take less time. By the time they are done, in the mornings in my home, we dance before the children are able to go to school. I've shared this before in the academy. There's time where we're able to, sing one. There's always a song playing. We wake the children up with a music, some kind of calming music, that when you get to the house, you want to be there in the morning. One of those days, our son said to me, all right, that when they go to school, the children always come to school so sad because there have been lots and lots of yelling. They don't like mornings. But mom, mornings in the home is actually really exciting in this house. We chose to make it exciting. So one thing you want to do is to take it out. Make up your mind that you want mornings in your home to be an exciting time. Begin to replace those hot spots. You can take them out and put them in the evenings. For instance, family devotion in my home is done in the evenings, not in the morning. Nothing is cast on stone. You take it out, replace it, and then create a calmer morning. Because if your child is not calm in the morning, forget it. Your child is not going to learn. So that child is going to go to school upset. That child is going to go to school, wondering why they need to wake up. Some children in many homes do not even want to wake up. They don't want to wake up because of the way you wake them up. Like there's going to be a tsunami. Come on. It's just waking up to go to school. Hello. So you need to make up your mind and say, I want the mornings in my home to be fun. It is supposed to be fun. So you put, we created, you can put what's it called? Playlist of some music. Sometimes if you want my children to wake up a particular way, there's a particular music we play. And the moment they hear it, they jump up. And, sometimes they're jumping up from the bed and they're excited. There's not so much to do in the morning. So it makes it more exciting. Just fix breakfast. Many of the times, my children actually will get to school number one in primary school. They were known to be early. We still would have time to really talk. And again, one thing you want to do is let the children sleep early. It helps everything. Let them sleep early. By the time they sleep early, they're waking up better. And, you have some time in the morning. Sometimes we even want to fix some puzzles before, maybe the school bus is around or before we're able to go and drop them. So you can recreate whatever it is that you have, all right? You can recreate whatever it is that you have, and that will really help you to put all of that, in perspective. Remember that children are learning. That's one thing you want to take away. Children are learning. They are not perfect. So while you're trying all of this, just remember that, my child is learning. My child is going to do it better. And then this is going to work a lot more better. Thank you so much for that. Celia, you here?
I'm back. I'm here. So, and John Paul is not on screen, but he is in the house. And John, welcome. We actually talked about your school and rescuing your school. And sorry, I think we missed you when you popped in. A couple things that you touched on, Wendy, that really, hit home was that you spoke about the power of choice. You have the ability to choose to do things different. You can continue doing what you've been doing that's not working, or you can choose to do something different, be consistent with it, and see if it works. Consistency is key. Don't give up on something. Just don't put something into place and go, okay, well, this did not work at all. We did it today, total failure. You have to give it a chance to work. Like Wendy said, children are always learning. They have to be given the opportunity to learn. They have little underdeveloped brains. So they need to be given the opportunity to learn and given the time to learn. Often, kids are always developing skills. And you're teaching your child how to tie your shoes, but you're rushing them out the door in 2 minutes and say, forget it, I'll do it. And you're jumping in and doing it for them. What does that show a child? That shows a child that you believe they're incompetent and they
Mm,
can't do what you're trying to teach them. And you're frustrated because you're thinking, why can't you do this?
mm.
Except they're 3 or 5 or 6 and they're just learning it. You've been doing it for decades. So give children the opportunity to get better at their skills. And the biggest part of that is time. Give
Mm,
them time.
mm,
The other thing I wanted to talk about was what you were talking about, emotional regulation. To everyone listening, remember this. The biggest things we need to exercise for children. Now, I own a kids fitness company. I've had it for about 40 years. 2 biggest muscles in your child to exercise is the disappointment muscle and the waiting muscle.
mm.
Because in this world, they always expect to get what they want and they don't want to wait for it.
Yeah.
So you need to exercise that. But what this comes into play for emotional regulation is if you are disappointed in your child and you scream and yell and hit and whatever other kind of aggression you do because of your disappointment, you are teaching them to do the same when they're disappointed. You have to model emotional regulation. And if you don't know how, you need to learn how. Because everything you do, good or not so good, you give your child permission to do.
Yeah.
Everything. Some people will be like, well, don't do that. Don't. We talked about this yesterday, Wendy. Cussing.
Yes.
Don't cuss. You have to wait till you're older.
Uh,
Well, if you don't want them to cuss, then you don't cuss.
mm,
You need to be the person you want your children to be because
mm.
they're going to be who you are. I was looking at Izzy's thing. We need to be emotionally, yes, we need to be emotionally regulated parents and role models. The important thing to remember is that everybody is a role model to a child,
Mm.
not just parents. If you're not a parent, you may be thinking, you know what?
That's not
Not
for
a
me.
parent. So honestly, why does this matter? It
Mm.
matters because every single person walking this planet is a role model to a child. They are watching what you do, they are seeing what you do, and they are doing what you do. They are role modeling everything. Okay, so I'm going to pause right here for a minute because I see John Paul is in backstage area. I don't know. Oh, no, he disappeared again. I think he's having Wi-Fi issues. So when that gets under control, we can have him join for a little commercial break. Please put your questions in the chat stream for us. We will address them as we can. And if we don't get your question, we will get to it at the end of our discussion. If we don't get to it, feel free to put it in there again so that we make sure it's not missed in the chat stream. And let me ask all of you that are listening and watching right now, how helpful is this to you? In a going from 1 to 10, how helpful is this discussion to you? Put it in the chat stream. I'd really like to know if all of this is being worthwhile. John Paul, you're here. You're here. Can you hear us?
Yes, I
Can you
do.
hear us? Oh,
Hi,
Yes.
people.
oh, John Paul,
Hey, Wendy.
Wendy, John Paul.
Yes.
And you
Hey,
guys
hey.
are in the same area of the world.
Mhm.
Wendy is in Nigeria. John Paul's in Uganda, coming from Uganda, and obviously not having good Wi-Fi. But that's okay. We go with the flow. We go with the
Mhm.
flow. So,
Celia,
what's your
you guys
comment?
were talking about modeling. You remember what we talked about yesterday? In fact, we had such a good conversation yesterday that we said we're going to put it on a podcast.
I
Celia,
did. Actually, I put it on the podcast last
awesome.
night.
Awesome. In fact, we were talking about the show and tell method of parenting. I say
Yes,
that
let's talk about that.
to the parents in the academy. Oh, by the way, Celia is going to be teaching at the No Yelling Challenge coming up in the academy. So yes,
Go
get
get
ready for
signed up. And you can
that.
share how you do that
so
later.
yet, so yes, get ready for that. And we're talking about show and tell. Many of the times, parents are more interested in telling than showing. Meanwhile, the showing is actually what precedes the telling. But we want to tell and just get the children to just follow us the moment I'm just telling you. That is why you remember, Celia, that we were talking about, a parent says, oh, my child is always beating someone else. And you say for you to correct the child, you spank the child. And it's show and tell. That's what you've done. You've just taught the child that when you have troubles, when you have a problem, please spank again. That's it. So, so you don't even know that, and then, Celia and I were talking about it. And she said, how does it even make sense that you want to correct the behavior and you still use, that same wrong behavior to say you want to correct it? It doesn't work that way. So we need to come to the place of modeling. For me, is a question of show and tell. And it is important that we put that in perspective. And I like where Celia brought, Celia and I talk about resilience a lot. We talk about disappointments. We talk about getting the children to delay gratification, which is one of the things, all right, which is one of the things that we miss when it comes to being a parent, being able to allow our children get disappointed, failed, wait. These are some of the things that our children will need to learn if you don't have to parent the way you've been parenting. Parenting in calm means that you're going to think about it and say to yourself, my children are going to suffer, in quote, what we call suffering in Nigeria, yeah? Like this kind of, oh, I don't want my child, I don't want anything to happen to my child. I don't want my child to get disappointed about it. Life is not a bowl of potatoes, like I always say, because your children are going to get out there in life and their life is going to hit them. Disappointments are going to hit them. And, waiting, they have to wait for something. So it is something you need to begin to teach your children when it comes to being able to handle their emotions. If not, when emotions issues come, when issues where they need to regulate their emotions come up, your children are going to be everywhere. They wouldn't know how to do it. Now, this is children we're talking about. Unfortunately, parents haven't learned it. Parents, the disappointment muscle and the waiting muscle for parents is not worked on, which is the real problem, really. It's not just the children. The real problem is that the parents are struggling with these two muscles. So that's why my most favorite quote in my book, Connect to Correct, says parenting is about you first. So if you want to teach your children disappointment muscles, to build on it, you want to teach them to build on waiting muscles, go and build yours first. Children, remember that parenting is show and tell. My children have seen me, look at my disappointments many of the times, and they know how I handle disappointments. And when it comes, it's so easy for them to handle. I'm going to give a very practical example. Our daughter was the school governor in primary school for a year. In school, they do elections every year to, get into those political offices, in quote. And then the next year, she was vying to become the health minister. And to be sincere with you, because I believe that our children to learn how to fail and learn the beauty of failure. I believe in it. All right. And I wished that she actually failed. And one of the things that we did was to begin to prepare her to lose. We prepared her to lose if something happens. If you lose this election, how are you going to react? And then, we started to talk about how she's going to react, how she's going to come up how will she take it that some other person is going to become the health minister where she's not, because she's a returning officer, in quotes. She's been in the, one of the political offices, one of the biggest. Being a school governor was a big deal. And then we sat her down, my husband and I walked her through what she would say if she fails that election. We walked her through how she would react. We walked her through everything that she should be able to actually do. And interestingly, she failed the election. Some other person won. And then the day we went to school, it was, a school day. The election was a big deal. All of us were in school. And then, a teacher walked up to me and said to me, your daughter was so calm, and the way she reacted was very different. We've never seen it before. All the children who lose elections, they throw a tantrum, they cry, everywhere is upside down. We're actually looking forward to helping her, to walk through and all of that. They say, oh, she went into the craft room, she congratulated the person, went to the craft room, started making craft with, some other students, and she was just okay. You need to get your children to be okay with disappointments. The reason is simple. Your children are going to be disappointed in life as they go through. That particular incident helped my children, both of them, begin to understand that I'm not going to win all the time. When I don't, what do I do? How do I handle it? So that's a very easy way. I was reading something about Beyonce and the father, how he prepares them to actually react when they fail on stage. Maybe you're dancing, your shoe gets knocked off. What do you do? Because it's not all just going to be all rosy. And then the waiting time. Are you preparing your children to be able to wait for something to come? That waiting time is the learning time. Very important for us to actually teach our children. Thank you so much, Celia. And
absolutely, so important, everything you said. And I just want to take a minute. If all of you, and I saw many of you, are finding this super valuable, please feel free to share this out. Help one other parent that is struggling, or one other person that has difficulty with being calm and is highly stressed out. Share this summit out to them. Just help one other person and pay it forward. So I encourage you to share. And I want to touch on a few things, and that is communication, and remembering that communication is 80%, although it breaks down finer than this, nonverbal. The tone of your voice, the nonverbal cues, the rolling of your eyes, the pointing, the accusatory methods that we use our body for to say that we're not happy. 20% the words you say. So the way you're saying it, the way you're presenting it, that is so key to think about before you talk with your children. And then I also want to touch on this thing called failure. Exactly what Wendy just talked about. Because failure and mistakes, people often confuse failure. They confuse failure and they think failure is the opposite of success. What's the opposite of success? Failure. Actually not the opposite of success. It's on the road to success. There is no success from anybody. If you talk to anyone in the world that is hugely successful, they have had failures on the way. So it is not the opposite, and you need to stop thinking that it is, and you need to get your kids to celebrate failure, celebrate mistakes, because ultimately that's what's moving us forward. That's what's allowing us to step out of our comfort zone. And well, that didn't work out so great. So let's see how we can examine what happened and come out with a different outcome. Absolutely. Encourage them to always do their best. Yes, we need to get children to celebrate and be okay with disappointments, because welcome to life when things don't go your way. And there's a lot of activities you can do. You can plant a garden is a wonderful way for a family to come together and teach delayed gratification. A seed is planted, it is nurtured, just like in your children, and it grows. And you get to watch this plant grow. And if it's food, it's also a great way to get your kids to try new foods. Gardens are great. Playing games where everybody takes turns, and not just giving in. Somebody asked about their child cries all the time about everything. And when your child cries, are you just giving them what they want? Are you like, okay, stop. I can't deal with it. Here, take it. Well, if you do that, you just confirm that that behavior
You
works.
rewarded it. Oh, yes. You
Now
rewarded
I have a way of getting my way. I just have to throw a fit
that's
and
all.
hey, and I get it. It works every time.
Oh, yeah.
You have to teach kids how to deal with failure, how to deal with mistakes, just like Wendy, you did with your daughter, and celebrate it. You know, when you're sitting around the family table and you're enjoying a meal together, a conversation can be, so what did you do wrong today? What went wrong for you? Did something fail? Because let me tell you about, okay, I'll start. This is what went totally wrong for me. And start sharing your experience with mistakes and failure and make it an okay thing. And then they won't cry as much when things don't go their way. They won't be devastated when things don't go their way. They won't be afraid to come to you and discuss a mistake or a failure because they know they won't be judged. Instead, they will be helped to evaluate what happened and learn a better way to come to a better outcome. Yes, Wendy, take the floor.
And you know, and it is, because we mix up a lot of things, where we want to always bail out our children from mistakes. We want to bail them out from disappointments. Oh, I don't want my child to feel bad. It's okay for the it's okay, and it's a very valid feeling. All right, they learn to deal with it. What you should be worried about should be, I want to teach my child how to handle this emotion. So if you feel bad about something, what do you do? Not, oh, I don't want my child to feel bad. Are you kidding? Your child is going to feel bad several times over because you are in the world, and it's okay. And there is really nothing wrong with your child feeling bad.
Right. In fact, if you try to always make your child happy, you are actually doing them a disservice. And they will grow up to be very unhappy adults.
I'm telling you, Celia, there's something I'd say is, parent, your job is not to make your children happy all the time. You're not ice cream. It's only ice cream that the child takes and then they're happy all the time.
Although delicious.
You're not ice cream. So why do you think that you want to, make sometimes, some things happen and my children say, oh, mom, I'm not really happy about this. I said, it's okay not to be happy. We can talk about it. I'm not, it's not my job to make you happy, right? You choose, you make choices according to what it is that happens, per time. So it's not, no one, I always say that, when things happen to my children, I ask them a simple question. Did anybody die? Even if someone died, we're all alive anyway. So, hey,
we're all going to be there one day. None of us are getting out of here alive.
And that's it. All right. So we will need to learn to deal with these things. And these are some of the things that we talk about our children. And that's why, Sylvia, people don't like their children throwing tantrum. You realize that parents get, is it ashamed? Is it, what did they say? Your child is
ashamed, embarrassed.
Yeah. Your child is throwing a tantrum outside. You are actually ashamed that the child is throwing a tantrum. You're looking at yourself like you have done something wrong. You look at yourself and you say to yourself, oh, other parents are looking at me. I have failed. I'm a failure. No, you're not a failure, please. When your child is throwing a tantrum, you're in a public place. Be calm. Yes. Get down to their level and tell them that it is okay for you.
Exactly.
It's okay for you to feel whatever it is that you need to feel. However, if it's you looking for me to buy you that thing you're pointing at in the supermarket so that I will relieve you of this not being sad, then you failed. I'm not going to do that. Right. And it's fine also.
It is fine. And most parents have been there. Okay. So they're not seeing something new.
Yes. So take away the guilt, take away the shame. There's nothing to be guilty about. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The children are, going to have feeling. Teach them instead how to manage it. When you do this number one time, two time, they would understand it, and they will learn how to manage their emotions when they feel one. People say, is it really possible that a 4-year-old would understand this emotion conversation we're telling? Celia, a few days ago, a video trended of the Chinese boy whose, mother was talking about feelings and, at bedtime. And this boy was trying to describe how he felt. I remember in that video, the boy came to the mother and said, today, I didn't make good choices. And because of that, I am not very happy. And then because also, there was also something you did, it made me sad. This boy cannot be more than 4 years. And, a lot of parents in the comment of that video said, oh, are you sure this is possible for a 4-year-old? I said, what are you guys saying? I have a 4-year-old who is my friend's child. She is also in the academy. When her son is speaking, her son came to my house and broke a verse. And he came to me and said, I'm really sorry about this, Auntie Wendy. And I would never do it again. This is an honest mistake. What would you want me to do? What would I need to learn? He is 4. 4-year-olds can hear you. They can communicate if you teach them. All right?
Great
so we need
information.
to teach our children.
Yes. So we're going to pause here because it's actually 10 o'clock. And supposedly CL King is coming on. But if you missed the beginning of this, CL is undergoing surgery. So he actually, with all his discomfort, actually recorded us a video training. So what we're going to do is Wendy and I are going to start answering questions, and then we'll play CL's training, which is amazing. You guys have to stay. And if you have kids with you, I know a lot of people in the States are on spring break. So if your kids are with you, I want you to sit them down right with you and listen to CL's training about what you see in the mirrors. And mirrors is an acronym. So that's super important. I also want to thank our sponsors very much, who without their support, we would not be able to launch this. They're all listed here. And if you're interested in being a sponsor of the International Day of Calm and you want to see this happening year after year, bigger and bigger, better and better, and really take part of changing this world, ending the violence, starting the connection and the compassionate relationships to one another, learning about each other and living together in harmony. If you want that, then be a sponsor too. Support any way you can. And if you're willing to support our Rescue a School project, John Paul is not able to join us because of Wi-Fi issues, but you can build a school for children in Uganda that right now have a building that's falling down, holes, no windows, no doors. They can't learn in the rain because they're soaking wet. The environment of their school is nurturing and loving and compassionate, and often the opposite of what these children have at home. So if we don't help this school, we're leaving 400 children out in the dark without any support. So we really appreciate you go to rescueaschool.com. Any way you can, you give $1, give anything you can afford, and help Mogisha John Paul's school thrive and not worry about where the next rainstorm is coming from or his next dollar is coming from. So I thank you guys for being here once again. On a scale from 1 to 10, how helpful is this for you? Let's see it in the comments. Let's let Wendy know how much she is appreciated. Feed it in there because I want her to see the scroll of everyone being helped. And now, Wendy, I think we'll take a moment to answer some questions. Good with you?
Yes.
And Czar and Anapan, who are working hard in the background, they're going to be showing your questions. We're going to answer them. If you don't see your question pop up, put it in again. Maybe it got missed. But also, please know we only have so much time to answer, so we may not be able to get to every question. But I see one for Sonia. How can I help my son navigate through this? He is 11 years old. And I'm guessing she may be talking about mistakes and failures. Is that so, Sonia? I'm just trying to relate your statement to that. So maybe we can address that as an 11-year-old. So I'll start. First thing to know is often parents come to me and they say, you know, my child's 16, my child's 12, my child's 20, my child's 25. Is it too late? It's never too late. It's
Right.
never too late unless you're dead. Then I think it's too late. Maybe not. What do I know? I haven't been dead yet. So it's never too late. Take action now. Oh, he needs to learn emotional regulation. That's what it's in relation to her question. So the important thing is, or is that your answer? Maybe that was the answer. Okay. I shouldn't be reading the chat at the same time I'm talking. He does need to be learning emotional regulation, but it's also important that you learn it. Think about how you react to mistakes. If he makes a mistake, like Wendy has described about the 4-year-old that dropped a vase in her house. Did she scream? Did she yell? Did she smack that child? It was an accident. If it's not called an accident, then it's an on purpose. They don't do it on purpose. They do it by accident, and that's why we call them accidents. So understand the situation, learn from it. Maybe they can help clean up. Absolutely. They spill something, something goes wrong. Let them be participant in cleaning it up and fixing it. Teach your children responsibility. Children don't learn to be responsible if we don't offer responsibility. I have a great little page that you can hang up on your fridge called Responsibility Rules. And if you're interested in it, I think if you join Facebook's Pumped Up Parenting group, it's in the file section. And it's very simple, or you can reach out to me or my team. It's a very simple thing. If I open it, I close it. If I drop it, I pick it up. If I spill it, I clean it up. If I use it, or borrow it, I give it back. It's a simple structure of responsibility. And you need to hold your children accountable for what their obligations are and what their responsibilities are.
You know,
And
I
Wendy, you want to add to that?
Yet, I see Sonia saying I explained about him crying in the face of failure. So I think that's the second part of Sonia's question. And what I'm going to tell you, Sonia, is the way you present failure in your home. If failure in your home comes at, there's a cost, there's, failure is like, oh, you failed. And, it's like, you should never have made a mistake. You should never have failed it. So one of the things I say in parenting is that we put ourselves, I mean, well, I think that M. Johnson was asking a question. Yes, that's what I meant. What we do in parenting is that we look at mistakes and we program our children in a way that mistakes are unacceptable. We program them in a way that you can't fail. I don't know about other people from other climes. Growing up, the growing up system, preached failure as something really bad. Like you can't fail. Why will you fail? And all of that. Now, do not get me wrong. Celia talked about responsibility and accountability. This does not mean that your children should just do whatever they want because they need to make mistakes and they need to fail. No, that is not what we're talking about. We're talking about the learning process, all right, of failing and making mistakes. Now, one of the things that you can teach your son, how you can do it, is to share your own disappointments per day. Like Celia mentioned, you're on the dinner table. You can just say, today, if you see what happened to me. One of those days, I told my children how I drove past where I was going and drove around, my fuel got burned and all of that. They had a good laugh, right? We all laughed over it, but it showed them practical example of what can happen to you in your day, and your day could really go wrong. Not because, you don't need to cry about it. You can, there's something, I think that's M. Johnson shared right in the comment section, where he was talking about how you can go through, a time when you are disappointed. That's you can start with even being grateful. When I share these disappointments, one of the things that I tell my children is, you know what, I'm really grateful that at least I even had fuel to be, to make sure that I could drive all the way. All right. One of those days I spent 3 hours in traffic driving within the city. I came home really, really distraught. I was angry. That's the word. Because it was a whole lot of time that we wasted in traffic. I was with my daughter. And when I came home, I was sharing my experience. I was saying how upset I was and all of that. I said, but you know what? I remember that just before I entered that road, I was at the petrol station and I filled my tank. Imagine I didn't now have petrol in the car. My car would have been stuck. And so I found something in that moment that I could also be grateful for. So one of the things you want to teach your children in the face of failure and disappointment is to give practical examples, show and tell. Make sure that your environment is not telling them that mistakes and failure are bad. They're actually good for you to actually build and raise an independent thinking child.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wonderful information. And there was a suggestion that we give a moment of prayer to C.L. King, our next speaker, as he undergoes surgery, and make sure that he is doing well. Even though he made us a little video, and you guys have to stay to watch it. Don't, just because it's recorded, please don't, not watch this, because it's a vital, wonderful presentation. He's an amazing speaker. He is the founder of Impacting Life 24/7. See, I remembered it. And he has so much great information, and it's directed for teens. So if you have a teen, listen with them or listen without them, but listen to what he has to say. And we'll play that after our questions. We're going to do a few more questions, but first I want to take a little break so you can learn a little bit about rescueaschool.com and the school in Uganda. Is that ready, Czar? Thank you so much for that. And we do encourage you to help those beautiful children, and so that we can build them permanent buildings, support their staff salaries, buy these children clothes, shoes, and give them a healthy, nurturing way to grow and learn. So I thank you for that. Go to rescueaschool.com, please. Wonderful video. Thank you. Now, I want to go back to our questions. So is there another question, team? How to deal with co-parenting calmly with the kids, where the other parent lets the kids do what they want without repercussions. Then they come back home after visits acting up because we have rules. Great question, Melissa. And yes, I've been successfully parenting a blended family for over 27 years. And yes, I dealt with that as well. Because The first thing I want to tell you, if you're working with co-parenting in a blended family, is that you have literally no control over that other home if that person is not willing to work with you. And even if they are willing and they say they are, doesn't mean it's going to happen. You have to focus on your home. Back to the title of this presentation, Calm Begins at Home, your home. So those children need to know when they come back to your home, there are routines, there are limits and boundaries, there are consequences, there is responsibilities that need to be done. There's certain expectations in your home that may not exist in the other parent's home. This is something I dealt with as a step parent to my 3 stepsons. Every Friday they would come back and we would have a family meeting and talk about the expectations in our home. As they got older, that didn't matter anymore because they knew when they walked through that door, they knew what the expectations were. They knew that we used our manners. They knew that we spoke respectfully. They did not cuss. They did not rage like they did in their mother's home. We had a system in our house, and that system was in place for every single person that lived there. My 3 sons that are not of my birth, my womb, my whatever you want to say, are my family. They are not guests in my home ever. They can come and knock on that door anytime and say, honey, I'm home. You know, they are always welcome. This home is their home. This home is my children's home and my stepchildren's home. You are a team. You are part of a working relationship. The only thing is that you have to work out with your stepchildren's parent, the actual birth parent, is who is going to be the one that serves consequences and does the hard parenting, where we have to make sure they're living by the rules. Who's going to do that? In my home, it was me all the time. But in many people's homes, it needs to be the birth parent because there's a lot of conflict. And that's okay. You, if you're a step parent, may need to take a step back. So I hope this helped in your choice. And Wendy, if you want to add anything.
Celia, I think you should do classes on step parenting. Is actually a quite some space that I find like I said, disturbing, interesting, whichever word that we're fitting in there. But it's something
and
that
I do in my tranquility tribe. I do, but
exactly.
I can do them even in a bigger span.
Exactly. I think we should even put out that together and work on step parenting, because there's a lot of blended family today who do not really understand. I've looked at your system. I've been to your home in the US and I've seen how you deal with your grandchildren, your own grandchildren. I didn't even know the difference, at first, and and you would.
There is no difference other than they're not. Yeah, Wendy, it's funny because people will say to me, "Do you love your 2 grandchildren that come from my daughter?"
Yes.
More than I love how many children I have? 9, 7 grandchildren that come from my stepchildren. And the answer to that is absolutely not. First of all, my step grandchildren, if you want to call them that, were my first grandchildren. Logan, the love of my life, named me Gammon. He named me Gammon. Now everybody calls me Gammon. I kind of like that name. It's like I'm from the planet Xenon. So, I kind of like that Gammon name. Not too many people have it. And they are equally as special to me as all of them. The only thing different, I will tell you, is it's cool to see characteristics from, genetically from your family that my daughter's children have, that my stepchildren don't have, even though I think a lot of them look like me and act like me. So, there's that influence. But
yes, that a lot.
Right. But that's the only cool difference. So thank you for that. Yes. We're saying it right now. We're going to do a class on step parenting. So if you're interested, and you
Yes.
want to join, all that's
Blended
left is
family.
the date. Let us know. Send Coach Wendy a message, send me a message,
Mhm.
go to our pages, social pages, however, go to thedayofcalm.org, send a message through there because you can go right on that website and send a message. So if you want to be a part of it, join us. It will be big. Do we have more questions? Oh, we all.
Yes,
Oh, yes. So
I
we
have.
probably have about 10 more minutes before we have to show CL's video. And if you're on here waiting for CL's video, again, I'm going to say that he is undergoing surgery. And maybe this is a good time to break for a little bit. And I'm not going to have any of us lead a prayer. I'm just going to have a moment of silence and pray in your own way, in your own spiritual world. And let's just have a moment to pray that the amazing CL King makes it through this surgery and continues to heal and comes back to us. So let's just have a moment of silence for CL. And thank you for that. Okay, CL, we're rooting for you, buddy. If you're watching us, we're all here behind you. All right, let's entertain. We have about one more question, maybe. Okay, I told my 7-year-old that she can dress her bed when she wakes up. That 3-year-old kids dress their bed well. She started crying that I'm comparing her. Is that wrong to tell her that? Wendy, do you want to take this or me?
Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, and I mean this, Lillian, in the most loving way. Let me embrace you and give you a hug because I know it's hard. But yes, it is wrong to tell her that. It is always not appropriate. That's not quite English. But yes, love them equally and love other differences. Please, 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 please do not compare your children. Also, remember, if you didn't hear earlier when I said that our human brain develops in 25 years, 25 years. Your 7-year-old has whatever that is, never good at math, a lot of years to go.
You know, Celia, when you tell the 7-year-old, oh, 3-year-olds are making their bed, that sounding like you also nailing yourself on the cross. Because because I want to say that. So why didn't you teach her when she was 3 to make her bed? So it's still coming back to you, you know. So
Right.
it's saying that in itself, you know, I find very disturbing, not just for the child and for you also. I think you should also sit back and ask yourself, so what was I doing when she was 3, 4, 5? So did I just wake up now at 7 and realize that she can't make a bed? So obviously she hasn't been making it. That's why she doesn't know how to. So take responsibility. One of the things I tell parents is that when you find a mistake on your line of parenting, take responsibility, correct it, and then
Wendy
move.
froze.
You don't
You're
need
back.
to tell the child that, oh, your mates are doing it, your 10-year-olds are, 3-year-olds are making bed. No, don't do that, please. Of course, that wasn't fair.
It's
Honestly
not.
speaking, it's not
And
fair.
it's criticism and it's judgment. And criticism and judgment never
They never
motivates a
work.
person. And
Exactly.
remember their skill level. They are not going to make a bed. I don't even care if they're 12. Chances are they may not make a bed to the perfection that
Exactly.
you as an adult make it. They are going to make it to the best of their ability. And honestly, I talk to a lot of my parents in the Tranquility Tribe, and I tell them when you are trying to offer a child a skill, understand their age, understand their learning ability, how they learn. And it may, making a bed for a 3-year-old or a 7-year-old may just look like we're picking up the pillows, putting them on, we're smoothing out the blankets. And if there's something on the floor, we're putting that where that goes. And that bed is neat, not necessarily pristinely made. And that is a win. And I want you to celebrate it. Celebrate your wins. Celebrate all the things your kids do
So
right.
important. So important. Because if we focus on what they do right will grow. I usually will say that what you focus on is what grows. What you focus on, if you focus on their mistakes, that's what is going to grow. Your failures, that's what's going to grow. And many times, instead of walking from a child's weakness to their strength, why not walk from their strength to their weakness, where you are actually seeing what they're doing positively and then helping them from strength to weakness instead of the other way around.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have to notice the good. You have to notice their ability and notice their gifts. We all have gifts. We're all good at stuff and not so good at stuff. Let me tell you right here, you're seeing a presentation. Wendy and I are here. We're talking. We're doing stuff great. We're not doing it. I mean, we're doing the talking. But Czar and Anapan are in the background of this doing the tech stuff because honestly, I'm terrible at that stuff. First of all, I'm like a million years old. And second of all, it's like
a million years. No. You're not a million years old. Oh my goodness, what was that? Did you just say that?
And this stuff boggles my mind. So it's all I can do to keep focused because I have ADD and there's so many things going on. So see your child's gifts. Look at them. Yes, when we focus on what is right, right grows. Whatever you feel. Did you ever do that thing where you go out and you buy a car and you own a blue Honda and you never saw a blue Honda in that blue before? And you buy the car, and all of a sudden you're driving
you
around,
see it everywhere,
and you're like, "Whoa!" Like the whole world just bought a blue
why is
Honda.
everybody driving my kind of car?
Because you're now focused on it. So start focusing on the good your kids do, not the not so good. I don't even like to use the word bad, because when we use the word bad, then we interpret it as our child is bad. Our child interprets it as I am bad. No children are bad. We make bad choices in life. All of us do. But that's where consequences come in. Good choices have good consequences. Not so good choices, not so good consequences. I'm so glad you're here too. And if this is helping you, like I reminded earlier, share this out to someone. If you have one friend that's like, man, honey, you need to be on this with these women. And there are some men that are going to join us too. But the Wendy Celia team is unstoppable. And it's late. Wendy, is it late? Are you ready for bed?
Oh, yes.
Is it past your bedtime?
This has actually been an amazing conversation. I'm looking at the comment section and it's blazing. Too many things in the comment section. People, talking about, what they would learn and all of that. And I know that we need to come up and watch CL, time. And I'm sure that quite a number of people have gleaned so much listening to Celia and I. So if you know the TIP Academy, you will know Celia, because Celia is a constant K right in the academy, right? And of course, at our upcoming No Yelling Challenge, Celia is also going to take one of the classes. I look forward to it. So Celia calls herself the toddler whisperer, and I agree. And I agree. So she's going
to. They're my people.
Yeah, we're talking about that, and we will be, taking that. I would really like to. I really missed having CL King live. In fact, I really, he sits in the board with us as well, and I pray that the surgery goes well. Wish him all the, quick recovery. I am hoping that as we're watching this, we're gonna, hear all of the good news as we come out of this session today. Thank you again for joining us.
Oh, thank you so much, everybody. We've really had a great time. And now Czar and Anapan, they are going to be able to see CL's video now. I ask this because I don't know. So I think you can stay here. CL King from Impacting Life 24/7 is about to show up, even though it's recorded. And because if you didn't hear before, he's undergoing surgery. We're all praying for his successful recovery. And if you haven't seen CL King talk, there are two favorite kings in my life, Martin Luther and CL. And if you haven't seen this man talk, you are missing something. So
I
stay
know,
tuned.
right?
Watch this presentation. It's about 20 minutes long. And then after or 25 minutes, something like that, after CL talks, we'll be back with another live guest. So take it away, Zarn Anapan, and welcome.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the International Day of Calm. I'm your next presenter, CL King. I'm also known as the Impact Motivator, and I am so excited. I'm overwhelmed to be able to participate in the International Day of Calm for the second year in a row. I'm so delighted that God saw fit to align me with a wonderful lady named Celia Kibler, our leader and founder of this wonderful day called the International Day of Calm. And my presentation today is going to be designed for young people. I'm going to narrow it down to folks in the 5th through 12th grade. That's right. We're exactly going to focus on those grade levels and young people. And today, because I know time is of the essence, and this is a multi-day event, and I'm just a small morsel of time here, I want to focus with you on what do you see in the mirror? Yeah, that's a good question. What do you see in the mirrors? Every time, young people, when you go past the mirror, it is always a telling event, is it not? You girls, young ladies, you got to make sure your hair is right, your mascara is good, and so on. And young man, we got to make sure that our hair is feathered just right. Well, in my case, whatever. It is something that is a place of revelation. In other words, it reveals things to us, the mirrors. And every time we go by them, sometimes we would wish the mirrors would say something different than what they're actually saying. But the mirrors doesn't lie. The mirror doesn't tell a tale. It doesn't augment or change who we are. All it does is give a reflection back to who that person is staring at it. And so I want to give you some keys to understanding what you see in the mirrors and how you can relate this to your life, young people. Moms and dads, I want you to take notes. Young people, I want you to take notes because it's going to be quick. It's going to be very, very important, okay? So here's the first thing. I'm going to break it down for you by letters. So it's very simple. Mirrors begins with an M. And if you're going to look in the mirror, the M stands for mindset. Oh my goodness, you're talking about we've got to think a certain way. Your mindset, ladies and gentlemen, young people, your mindset needs to match what you see in the mirror. This mirror is projecting greatness, and you can't have a mindset of, well, I can only be second best, or I can only do third, or I can just be average. Your mindset controls what is reflected in that mirror. And so the M in mirrors is mindset. You got to get your mind thinking right. Listen, when I first became a speaker, nobody wanted to hear me speak, not even my golden retriever dog, who wasn't even born yet. But I just continued to perfect my craft. And then here's what I started thinking. I started thinking that I'm the best speaker in America. That's what I chose to do. That's what I chose to think. I may not be the highest paid, but I believe that I could stand on stage with anybody in the speaking industry. That's a mindset. And so when I look in the mirror, I say in my mind is saying, hey, look, that guy right there, he is one bad hombre. And I want you to understand, young people, that if you have a mindset for greatness, there is nothing that can stop you. It doesn't mean it'll be instantaneous, but it does mean that you can get there with a mindset. There's something powerful that we display. If I'm getting ready for prom, I'm looking in the mirror, I want to look my finest for that day, right? I have intentions. I'm intentional. I have a purpose. And I want young people to understand that I speak all over the country and around the world. I just got back from an Ohio tour with my book. And one of the things that sometimes challenges me is that when I shake people's hand or looking down at the ground or not talking loud, and I'm like, man, you got to be confident. You got to be intentional about owning the room. When I walk in the room and they're hiring me to speak, I believe that I'm going to get everyone's attention because I'm intentional about getting that respect. And so when you wake up in the morning, you've got to wake up with some intentions. Don't just wake up saying, well, whatever the day brings me, whatever the mirror brings me, whatever I'm going to do, I guess it'll just happen. I know it feels like that sometimes, y'all. I know 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th graders. I know it feels like that sometimes. It's just like, oh my goodness, let's just try to make it to the next sunset. But the sunrise gives you a brand new set of intentions. And I want you to be intentional. The I in mirrors is intentions. What are your intentions? What are your intentions 5 days from now? Think about that. Have you thought about that? Where do you want to be 5 days from now? See, because sometimes we talk about the future is not promised to any of us. So then let's just go right now. What are your intentions to the next 24 hours? What do you intend to accomplish? What is this person in the mirror? What are their intentions? And if your intentions don't match the person in the mirror, then you'll never be able to accomplish anything by being casual. You have to be intentional. You have to do what you dream to do and do it on purpose. The R, you ready? I'm cooking, man. The R in mirrors. Are you ready for the R? Because every day, maybe a couple times a day, we pass by this shiny glass object that reveals to us who's on the other side of the reflection. And the R, boys and girls, young men and women, the R in mirrors stands for rigor. That's right. It stands for rigor. In other words, you've got to have some rigor. And what does rigor mean? You've got to have some energy. You got to have some effort. You got to have some determination. You got to have some force. Because not everything, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be given to you. I'm a foster kid. I lived in a foster home. I was homeless. I lived in several foster homes, several group homes, was malnutrition, abused, all different types of ways. And so to get anywhere in life, I had to fight. I had to have some rigor. I had to have some intensity. When I became a United States Marine way back 30 years ago, I didn't just get to show up with my nice backpack and peanut butter and jelly sandwich and say, I'm here for the Marine Corps. No, it was rigorous. It was tough. It was hard. It was arduous, y'all. And if you're going to get anywhere in this life, you're going to have to do it with some effort and some energy. It takes rigor just to walk. Did you know that? Because gravity is pulling against you every second that you are alive. Gravity is saying, I want to win. And it takes rigor for you to say, I'm going to get up out this bed and I'm going to put one foot in front of the other and defy gravity on my journey to where I'm going. Are you hearing me? It takes rigor. When you look in the mirror, as I do often, the mirror says, you won't get it easy. Some people, some things come to them easy. Yeah, man, you might be a math whiz. You know what I mean? You might have beautiful features, but there will be areas in life that will not just open up for you. There'll be areas in life that you'll have to rappel down a cavern. There'll be areas in life that you'll have to climb 29,029 feet to reach the summit of Mount Everest. It won't just happen. You'll have to dig deeper. You'll have to pull something from your internal recesses and say, I've got rigor. I'm not going to give up. And that is the biggest thing I would like for you to take from the R in mirrors. The first R is don't quit. Don't give up. Just because maybe you see other people giving up. I remember when I started my podcast, man, before the pandemic happened. I was starting my podcast back in 2019 and saw a lot of folks jump on the podcast bandwagon around 2020 when everybody had to stay home. And you remember? And now I go back and look at those folks and none of them are doing podcasts. I'm just like, well, what happened? You got disinterested. It became too hard. Was it too time consuming? And here's the deal, man. If you can't do it 100 times before quitting, then don't start. Don't try. It takes rigor. You feel me? It takes effort. It takes energy. The next R.
I can hear you.
In mirror. You ready for this one? The next R in mirrors is reality.
I see 84. I have 84
This
on my
mirror says to me, King, I know you're trying to stay young, but reality says you about 50 years old, cuz. Right? You hear me, young people? The mirror gives us our reality, and we can't fake our reality. So here's what I want you to understand: that you need to embrace your reality. You need to learn to thrive in your reality. I learned that
I can do that.
Foster kid.
Maybe wait till this segment's over.
My last 8, 5, 6, 7 years as a foster kid when I graduated, I realized that was my reality. That's my facing in the mirror. And so instead of being so pitiful that, oh man, I'm just this poor Black kid from the hood living in foster home, nobody loves me, I made my reality a place that I could thrive. And in high school, I got in musicals. I traveled all over the world. I got to see things. I got to be in things. I was voted the most dressed and most likely to succeed in my senior year. And I was a foster kid. My reality set, my man, you can determine your reality, and you make that person in the mirror respond. Today, I will be successful. That's reality. And you got to be realistic. But don't let someone else, ladies and gentlemen, determine your reality for you. Because no matter what you do, it's going to be you that shows up in this mirror every single day. So MIRRO. Are you ready for what the O stands for in mirrors? Today I'm teaching about what do you see in the mirrors. And this teaching is for kids in the, 5th through 12th grade. I want moms and dads to hear this. I want their young people to sit down with your kids and listen to this and really take notes and apply it next. Okay. So the O in mirrors is opportunity. That's right. Yeah, every time you look in this mirror, are you ready? Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? You see an opportunity. This is what I try to tell young people. Well, I go to school, it's boring. I want to do, and all the complaints. But I'm just telling you, there's a whole myriad of opportunities facing you right here in this thing called the mirror. And oftentimes what we see ourselves doing is squandering away the opportunity. And that opportunity is you. See, we look for opportunities and programs and places and protocols and different things. But when you walk up in the room, ladies and gentlemen, when you wake up first thing in the morning, you are an opportunity. You got an opportunity to succeed. You got an opportunity to encourage somebody. You got an opportunity to transform the world with your brand new idea or invention. Opportunities are abounding in you. But I want you to understand something. They will not come if you don't capitalize on them. If you don't act on them. If all you do is say, well, I guess it's going to be somebody else. No, you're the opportunity. You're the one that can succeed. Talk to your parents and say, hey, Mom, Dad, I'm an opportunity. I'm an opportunity just waiting to happen. That's the way I feel about myself, y'all. And some people would say, oh, well, that's just arrogant. Why don't you be humble? It's not about being arrogant. It's about being understanding that you represent an opportunity. Every time your eyelids break open, it's an opportunity. And every time you look at this person in the mirror, you're looking at an opportunity. You see it? You see it right there in the mirror. You're looking at an opportunity. But so many times I have dealt with and met with young people who feel like because of their circumstances, they don't have an opportunity. I don't have the same opportunities per se that maybe people across town do. And that's a reality. That's a reality. I understand that. But here's what I want you to know. If you can take it from a guy who was at 11 years old, a homeless kid on the streets, if you could take it from a guy who wasn't raised by his parents, but a couple of years and the rest of the time was institutionalized and in a foster care, if you could take that, you could take this information from me and trust me that when I say you are an opportunity, man, don't allow your proximity or your location or your circumstances or your finances to determine what type of opportunity you're going to be. I would have never known 30 years ago, y'all, that I could be one of the featured speakers at the International Day of Calm. But when I look at this guy in the mirror today, I'm like, I know where I'm supposed to be. I know what I represent is an opportunity to make an impact in other people's lives again. That's why they call me the impact motivator, because every time I step in front of young people or moms and dads or elders and leaders, I just tell them, hey, listen, you've got to understand that no matter the adversity, you still can make it. Are you following what I'm saying? Are you feeling me? Are you getting what I'm putting down? So the O in mirrors is opportunities. Are you ready for the R? Man, I'm getting through this training good. I'm redeeming some time back on the International Day of Calm. The last R, it's not the last letter, but the last R in mirrors is replenishment. The mirror represents replenishment. I failed today, which is something we all will do. I fell short today. I didn't win today. I didn't pull it off today. But when the sun sets and I go to sleep and I wake back up, it's as if there's a whole nother me, right? I got replenished. It's like I'm back. The guy with the same 5 fingers and 5 toes or 10 fingers and 10 toes, I'm back again. I got replenished. Did you know that every major lake in the world replenishes itself over time? Did you know that? Did you know that every major body of water replenishes itself? So do you know the blood in your body, it replenishes itself? Man, I just want you to understand that replenishment is powerful. That means when you wake up the next day, even no matter how bad your day was the day before, young people, no matter if the girls turned their nose up at you, young lady, and if the guys rejected you, young men, you got replenished. You're back again. The mirrors, what you see is a replenished, brand new, ready for a whole set of 24 hours of opportunities. See, you don't get the mirror that shows somebody else. See who it shows? It shows CL. It's not showing Eric Thomas. It's not showing Zig Ziglar. It's not showing any of those, Tony Robbins. It's not showing any of those people, though those are great men and great speakers, etc. But the mirror doesn't replenish me with somebody who I think is great. The mirror replenishes what it knows is great. You. Every day it comes back, giving you another set of 24 hours to be absolutely great. And the S in mirrors. I've never given this training that fast. I'm just trying to make sure I don't go over all my time. The S in mirrors is for sustainment. A little while ago, I told you not to give up, right? And it doesn't matter how long I stand in front of this mirror. CL King will stand with me. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Listen to me. Sustainment is a part of the mirror. Like, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. See, it's one thing, and I want you to understand this. I'm going to teach you this little nugget of truth. It's one thing to obtain something. It's another thing to sustain something. See, some of my friends back in the hood, back in the days in Cleveland, Ohio, yeah, they were able to obtain a bunch of money by standing on the corner selling drugs, but they weren't able to sustain that life because they're either dead or in jail. Are you feeling what I'm saying? So when you look at that person in the mirror, you're saying, is this what I want to sustain? Because it ain't changing. It's right there. When I move, it moves. There's no delay. It's real time. The mirror is real time. And I'm asking you, what do you want to sustain? I challenge you. Though next time you look in the mirror, you look at yourself different. Because you're not just an accident. You're not just second best to somebody else who's first. You've got this thing right here, this mind, which can send people to the moon and have people float in outer space in an international space station. This mind is powerful. My intentions, what I set out to do every single day, I'm purposeful, I'm intentional, I'm deliberate. I understand that it's going to take some work. I got to roll up my sleeves. It's going to require some rigor. Right? I do believe that wherever I step into, that is my reality. And if I don't like my reality, I can change my reality. I can change my mindset. I can change. You understand what I'm saying? But I do know that whatever my reality is, when I look in the mirror, I'm seeing an opportunity. And that opportunity is in me. Bet on yourself every single time. And whether you have a bad day, you strike out 10 times at bat, you will be replenished the next time you look into the mirror. You will be renewed, and a new you will be there every single time. And all you need to do with that new you is just sustain it. That's it. Isn't that something that we can really take our lives and look at the way we view ourselves in the mirror and see that the mirror speaks so loudly. They speak so loudly. So listen, y'all, on the International Day of Calm, I wanted to give you something to calm your nerves and let you know that this mirror is not a weapon. It's actually a great tool. I want you to use this tool the next time you see it, boys and girls, in the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. You folks out there that are listening to this message, that will listen to it later, you're going to look at yourself and you're going to see yourself different now. The M in mirrors is mindset. It starts with your mindset. And you follow all those letters out. And if you do those letters, you do those words for each letter in the mirror. Start your day out going through each one of them. When you conclude the day, you will have tapped into sustainment. All right. So thank you, Celia. Thank you all the amazing folks that participate in the International Day of Calm. Just go to dayofcalm.org to connect with us and stay connected, because this is a movement where we want to help 1 million parents stop yelling at their kids. I know that's Celia's goal, and I can't wait to continue to help her in this mission. It's a very small portion that I play, but I want my portion to be important. When I look in the mirror, I want to see that opportunity to change lives. God bless you. Take care.
Hi, everyone. Did I tell you? Did I tell you CL is like amazing? Is he incredible? Let's hear it. Let's see on a scale from 1 to 10, how helpful was that for you? How many of you are you going to replay that for your children so they can hear it, or share it with a friend who has children? He's an incredible speaker. He's an incredible motivator. That's why he is called the motivator. What did he call himself? I can't remember. But his podcast is impacting life 24/7. His book, Who Ate My Brownie? No matter the adversity, you still can make it. This, I know the story behind this. Plus, I've read the book and I've been friends with CL for a while. It's an amazing story. Shall get it. Get it on Amazon.com. It's wonderful. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. We have another great speaker coming up. Yes, impacting life 24/7. And I've known her for a long time as well. Actually, she's known me longer because she's my older sister. So she's known me since birth. But let me tell you a little something about Maddie Cheers, other than the fact that she's my older sister and that we sound a lot alike. So you're not like hearing a weird thing. We just do sound a lot alike. Maddie has been on a spiritual journey for years. Maddie's mission is also focused on the health and wellness of children. Maddie and I started Fun Fit Family Fitness back in 1987 together to do and to impact kids and give them an opportunity to be healthy without the aspect of feeling like they had to compete to do it, to include all abilities and all skill levels and all genders into a class that encouraged health and wellness and happiness. And Maddie has also become a spiritual leader over the years. And she is an expert storyteller. And I'm going to let her tell you a little more about her before she starts her presentation, Stories to Soothe the Soul. Stories are so important in your family, in your life, and to really create calm. So I hope you all stick with us, listen in, share this out to your friends, to your people, and let's welcome Maddie Cheers into the broadcast.
There. Am I there now? No? Oh, no. Hold it. Tap.
You're in. You're
I'm
in.
in.
You're in. See, so she's older than me. So the technology is challenging. You had a little video preview to yourself. You missed that part.
Well,
So
hi, friends.
Maddie, everybody, meet Maddie, my sister, Maddie, world Maddie.
Hi,
Tell
world.
us about yourself.
Well, I often describe myself as a wisdom activist because I, as a storyteller, truly believe that and I'm not the only one here, that the world's wisdom is in our stories. And one of the problems that we face today is we've stopped telling stories. And when we look at, and by the way, CL, amazing presentation. I just had to say that. And also, I want to tie that to storytelling because it is all about the story you tell yourself. So the stories that you're telling yourself have a great deal to do with how you present yourself in the world. And the stories we tell our children have everything to do with who they grow up to be. And that's why storytelling is so important because, as my husband, Bob Vetter, who you'll meet later, told me, he works with another wonderful gentleman, Dr. Louis Mel Madrona of the Coyote Institute, also a psychiatrist, and they do a program of healing through storytelling. And what happens is you really have to touch the unconscious in order to have a change in the story. And that's why telling stories is so important if you really want to change the thinking pattern of someone. And so the stories that I picked to tell today are stories that deal with some very, very challenging and anxiety producing topics for all of us. And I model this the whole idea of storytelling to me really comes from my teachings from Native America. Now, I've been studying stories from all over the world for a very, very long time. And, many of you out there might be very, very familiar with Joseph Campbell's work on the hero with 1,000 faces, because as it turns out, everybody all over the world and every culture has stories. One of the things we all have in common are creation stories. I heard a wonderful lecture by a wonderful young man, young to me, because as Celia has pointed out to you, I am old. His name is Joseph Lamb. He's a PhD, and he made a very, very important point. He said that the Big Bang Theory is a creation story. So one of the things that we have to look at, even if your culture is totally based on, we have to look at science. Science is mostly theories. And what are theories? They're stories that somebody imagined could be a particular way. And then in the scientific method decided they would go out and prove it. And most of science is still theory. So the reason that storytelling works so well is we think in a narrative. Our dad, who this day has a great deal to do with, used to always say that the whole reason someone is a great mathematician is because they can see numbers telling a story. I don't see that. That's why I'm not a great mathematician. And all of us are different. Like Celia said earlier, we all have something different to bring to the game of life, right? But if those people that see math in a story, if that fits into your already pre-programmed way of looking at the world in a narrative, then you're going to be a great mathematician, right? It's just the way you are. So the importance of storytelling, I don't think can even be overstated. And what we're facing now, this is why I always tell people, you really want to calm down, turn off the news, because it's only telling you the bad stories. It's only telling you the negative. So if your brain is constantly dwelling there in the negative with no solution, it's not like there's a solution, or the solution always is othering. The other guy is wrong and I'm right. That is not going to bring us together. It's not going to bring us peace. The more othering there is, the less peace we're going to have and the less chance we have of being one. And very important with children to tell them a story that relates to a behavior you want for them, because they function in the world of imagination. They function in story. So if you tell them a story without telling them the lesson of the story, then they get to think about the lesson and they get to tell you. I cannot tell you, I have been standing in front of children or sitting with them back when I could sit on the floor, which I'm not so good at now, but sitting with them telling stories for years, since easily 1987. And I'm always amazed how I will tell the same stories over and over, and I will say it one day and the kids will give me back the lessons they heard, and it will be different from the lessons they heard the other day, or lessons I've heard from a story I've told 1,000 times. And this is the importance of storytelling one-to-one. Not, our stories are in movies, which I love movies, big fan of movies, but our stories in movies give us everything. They give us the pictures. This is what the aliens looked like. This is what this person looks like, or that person looks like. The most disappointment I've ever had in movies is when I've read a book and I've imagined what everybody looks like, what the house looks like, what everything is. And then I go see the movie and it's nothing like what I imagined. And it could even be a great movie, but it isn't what I imagined. And we know from science that when you're standing in front of a human telling a story, your heart rate lines up. How amazing is that? Your brain waves line up. You and the audience. So being a good storyteller and being a good listener is being in the present moment. It has everything to do with that. Everything. You're not talking at somebody. You're sharing with them something that hopefully they can relate to. And sometimes they don't. That's why different people tell different stories. Bob and I tell completely different stories. So that is only because a story touches you in your heart. So if it's something that touches you in your heart, you're going to remember it. So I want to start with a story, and then I am going to tell you why I think this particular story can answer so many questions, not just for children, but for us. This story comes from the Haudenosaunee, or what we know as the Iroquois Confederacy. It is an extremely important story to them. And I think when we get to the lessons, we'll see why. And if you want to put the lessons you've heard in the chat, or that's great, wherever you're putting them, I would love to hear what your lessons are at the end, the lessons that you hear in the story. So this is the story of the corn husk doll. Now, a long time ago, the Mohawks say that they were facing a very long and very cold winter, but they knew that this winter was coming way back in the springtime because they could read all the signs in the stars. Well, the parents got up one morning and I said, oh my gosh, this winter is going to be so long and so cold. We have to make extra clothes, extra water, extra food, extra boots, extra blah. Oh, we have so much extra work to do. We're going to have to get up extra early every morning and come back extra late every night so that by the end of fall, we will know that our children will be safe and happy and warm for that long, cold winter. And that's what the parents did. Starting in the spring, they got up early every morning and they came back late every night. And after a while, all this working made them sad. Not because the work was hard, but because they missed their children. They were used to seeing their children every day, laughing with them, singing with them, playing with them. Now they had no time for that. Their kids were asleep when they left the long house, and they were asleep when they came back. And they missed them so much, it made them sad. And I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but if you feel sad, isn't it harder to do anything? Well, fortunately for those parents, Creator was watching, and Creator was so proud of the parents for working so hard for the people that Creator decided to help. And Creator called on the spirit of the corn, the oldest of the three sisters. So for those of you that don't know, the three sisters are what the Haudenosaunee call corn, beans, and squash. Now, corn is so old that she knows many more things than her little sisters. So that is why Creator calls on her. And she goes up into Sky World, and Creator says, listen, corn, I have a job for you. I'm going to take your husks and I'm going to make you into a beautiful life-size doll. And this way you can go down there and you can talk to the children, sing them songs, play games with them, have fun with them. When the children are laughing and happy and singing, the parents will hear them and their job will feel easier. They'll remember why they're working so hard. It's for their children. Corn said, oh, I'd love to help. Sure enough, Creator made her into a beautiful life-size corn husk doll with a beautiful face and beautiful clothes, and then said, now listen, Corn, you have got to get to 3 villages every day. There's lots of kids down there. Corn said, I can do that. And sure enough, she walks into the first village. Well, all the children gather around. They go, oh, corn husk doll, you are so beautiful. She says, oh, really? Thank you. And she tells stories, sings songs, plays games. Children are laughing and happy and singing. The parents can hear them and their job feels easier. They remember why they're working so hard. It's for their children. Corn goes into the next village. All the children gather around. Corn husk doll, you are so beautiful. Oh, really? Thank you. And she tells her story, sings her songs, plays her games. Children are laughing and happy and singing. The parents can hear them and their job feels easier. They remember why they're working so hard. It's for their children. Well, on her way from the second village to the third village, there was a lake. She goes, you know what? All those kids just told me how beautiful I am, but I've never seen myself. I'm going to go look in the water. She bends down to see her reflection for the first time. Whoa, I am gorgeous. Oh, I may be the most beautiful thing that anybody has ever. Ooh, look at my hair. I better brush my hair. And she brushes her hair for a while. She looks in again. Nah. Oh, braids. She puts on braids in her hair. She looks in again. Nah. Oh, flowers. She picks some flowers. She sticks them in her hair. She looks in again. Nah. All afternoon. Braids in, braids out, flowers in, flowers out. What did she forget to do? Go to the third village. And in the third village, the children were expecting her. But when they looked to the west, they knew she wasn't going to come. The sun had already started to set, and that meant that to get to them, she would have to walk alone in the woods at night. Nobody walks alone in the woods at night, and all the children in the first village started to cry because they're not fair. Wait, but here's the thing is long to play the game. Wah! And guess who heard all the crying? The parents. And the parents came rushing back because they thought their kids were hurt. But when they got back and no one was hurt, the parents said, oh no, tomorrow we have to get up extra early to finish our work from today. We don't want to get up that early. Wah. Everybody in the third village is crying. Guess who heard all that crying? The Creator. The Creator looked down. There's Corn, still by the lake. La, Corn! Yes? Get back here. And Corn Husk Doll walked into Sky World and she said, what? Creator said, what have you been doing all day, Corn? Oh, I told some stories, I sang some songs, I played some corn. What did you do this afternoon? This afternoon. Oh, this afternoon is really, really windy, and I know you want me to look beautiful. Corn. Tomorrow, I want you to go to 3 villages. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow, 3 villages. No problem. Corn, promise me you will go to 3 villages. I promise tomorrow I will go to 3 villages. Corn, you'd better keep that promise, or something you don't like will happen to you. No, I got it. 3 villages. Bye, see ya. And she leaves. She walks into the first village. All the children gather around. Corn Husk Doll, you're so beautiful. I know. I'm fabulous, aren't I? I know it. She tells a story. She sings a song. She plays the games. All the children are laughing and happy and singing. The parents hear them, and their job feels easier because they remember why they're working so hard. It's for their children. On her way from the first village to the second village, there's a river. She looks at the river. She goes, oh, it's windy again. I just know my hair is messy, but look, I promised. Oh, look over there. You see that great big tree with all the thick leaves and branches? If I hide under the tree, the Creator won't see me. I'm just going to check my hair just for a second. She sneaks under the branches. She bends down to see her reflection again. And this time she sees nothing. The Creator has taken away her face. Creator calls out, Corn, I warned you. If you did not do what you were supposed to do, if you broke that promise, something you didn't like would happen to you. So I've taken away your face, and you will never have a face again, because you thought much too much about yourself and not enough about the people. And so from that day to this, all Haudenosaunee dolls have been made like this little Corn Husk Doll without a face. And when we look at the no-face dolls, it's supposed to remind us that it's much more important who we are on the inside. It really doesn't matter at all what someone looks like on the outside. And that is the story of the Corn Husk Doll. Ta-da! Or at least it's that version of the story, because there's versions in every single nation of the Haudenosaunee, every single clan of the Haudenosaunee, because as you can see, the lesson in that story is extremely important. Because if we don't judge somebody by how they look or how they appear, if we don't judge people at all, then it's very easy for us to see into the heart of somebody. And kids always get this lesson, always. I presented the lesson here today. But if you've told this story to your children and asked them the lessons, they have all kinds of lessons about not breaking promises, about don't be vain, don't think you're better than somebody else. They will tell you all of that. And that's also the beauty of storytelling, is it's immediately engaging. Kids love to hear stories. For the Haudenosaunee, and for a lot of Native people, they don't yell at their kids and they don't hit their kids. And their kids really only get in trouble for disrespect. So that I love and adore, because we're all good at something, like Celia said earlier. So we're all going to make mistakes at the things that are difficult for us. So part of the job, when the grandparents were the teachers for the children, which is the way it was in the old days, part of the job of the grandparents wasn't just to teach the children. It was to watch them and see what their special gift was, and then encourage that gift to come out into the world. So when a child did something disrespectful, they were told a story. If the child was being vain, or they were breaking promises, or they were being mean and thinking they're better than others, then maybe they would hear the corn husk doll story. So that's the way it worked. Usually, according to our friend Kay Olin, who is a wonderful storyteller, she is Wolf Clan Mohawk. And she says that usually the first 2 warnings came in the form of a story. And children remember stories. You know, you're going to remember a story a whole lot longer than you're going to remember, don't do that. Mostly if you yell at a kid, all they remember is you yelled at them. They got scared and they don't even remember what they did wrong. But if you take the time to sit down and tell them the story, and then ask them, so what are the lessons in that story? What did you learn from that story? They're going to do that process that people that use story as healing do. They automatically go into their imagination, into their unconscious, and then they can tell you how the lesson applies to them. That's learning.
So, Maddie, that story is wonderful, and you're an amazing storyteller, and there's lots of comments, and I'm wondering if it's okay right now to just take a little break and answer some of the questions that are coming in.
Absolutely.
And one of the things from I'll show it on the screen,
reading glasses,
that M. Johnson came to say was no self. This reminds me of Zen and of Buddhist concepts of no self. If we have no self, we cannot suffer nor cling to ourself. And I don't know if you have a comment back about that, but it's a statement that he related to what you were doing.
Well, and if that's the lesson you heard and that's the relationship you make, then that is great. I think there's a slight difference between the Haudenosaunee concept of no self, which is more like the community is also considered in what's important. Because like I said earlier, they do encourage children to find their own gift. And they do recognize and they do talk about how it's all these gifts together that make us one. So it does kind of relate to that. That's a very interesting idea. I love that idea.
And Matthew adds one more question. He says, sure. Brilliant, Miss Maddie. Do you see many overlaps like this Native American tradition with Asian traditions like Zen and mindfulness of the present moment?
Oh, yes. Oh, definitely. There's definitely that. You know, we talk about with the kids about how Native people didn't really have, you know, that very it's a very derogatory term when people say, oh, you're on Indian time. That's because Native people, let's say they're putting up a teepee village and somebody runs in and goes, oh my gosh, you have to see this sunset. It's beautiful. You know, they would all take a break, go over, see the sunset, and then come back and finish the village. We don't do that. In our world, everything runs on time, made up time, imaginary time. So if we were building a house and the guy standing on the roof said to the guys down on the deck, oh guys, you got to see this sunset over here. We're going to have to go down there to look at it. But they're not going to quit. They're not going to stop. So yeah, definitely mindfulness is absolutely part of the native cultures that I know, and I don't know all of them. I do most of my work with the Eastern Woodlands people and with the Plains people. But I would, there aren't a lot of universals in Native America, but I would definitely say that one of the universals that is there is your connection to nature and storytelling. They all have stories.
And we have a question from Lillian that she says, "Hi, Maddie, you're a very good storyteller. I am not good at storytelling at all. How can I improve on it?" Do you have any
Ooh.
suggestions?
Wow. Well, I think that the first thing to do is to find the stories that touch your heart. You're always going to be better at something that has a meaning to you personally than you're going to be at something you're just trying to impart to somebody else because it's got a great lesson. I mean, in all honesty, I'm trained in the theater. That's what my degree is in theater arts. So, partly it has to do with articulation, imagination. I mean, it has to do with having fun with the story you're telling. It has to do with practice to a degree. Even a story I like, I'll practice before I tell it in public. And I don't have to practice it much at this point because I've been doing it a very, very long time. And I would also, if you're not so good at telling it, write it. Write it out. If you want to do it with your kids, have them illustrate it, and then you can all read it. Most of us can read with feeling. So I would start by writing it out and then reading it with feeling. And if the kids like it, they'll remember it. I'm going to use my grandnephew, Celia's grandson, Brooks, as an example. Brooks loves this story I tell that I'm not going to have time to tell today, called Vihat. And Vihat is a story about a really mean guy who gets this medicine man to teach him how to throw his eyes into a tree and come back. Every time I see Brooks, almost the first thing he asks me is, "Tell me the story about the guy that can throw his eyes into the tree," right? Now, I guarantee you at this point, Brooks can tell the story, even though he's only 6 years old, because he knows the story. And if I leave out a part, he'll tell me, "You left out the part where the guy does blah, 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 blah," right? So, a lot of it is just repetition and stories that mean something to you.
And I think you made a good point about reading, because I find when I'm telling stories to kids, if you're reading a story and there are different characters in that story, use different voices.
Mm-hmm.
Allow yourself to reach into your inner child and make fun of it. And you can also share stories with your child if you have someone who can read.
Right.
And you can take turns reading pages or different characters in the story. You be this guy and I'll be this guy. And it makes it so much more interactive, and it makes them remember the story more, as well as enjoy the story more for both of you. And that will get you help on the way you tell the story.
Right. And it's important to remember, too, that when Native people tell stories, this is one thing Kay said, they tell the story in the same way, whether they're telling it to a group of children, a group of adults, or a mixed group. I have heard Kay tell her clan's version, and not the one I just told you, of the corn husk doll story many times. She's pretty much the same. And the times I've seen her tell it, she's had a group of mixed adults and kids. We all need to hear these stories. The reason I chose the corn husk doll story is because, and since we're all adults here, but I think it is relevant with kids. I think it's a great way to approach kids, is because there's so much talk about racism today. And a lot of the talk about racism has nothing to do with bringing us together and has everything to do with tearing us apart. And people have huge anxiety over it. This group of people feels guilty about it. This group of people feels superior. This group of people doesn't know what to do. So it does not help bring us together. But when you tell a story like the corn husk doll story, where the the story is about, and the lesson is about the idea that we look at someone inside, we look at who they are. And it's also important to remember that the Haudenosaunee pick their leaders based only on character qualities. So they're watching the children grow up, looking for people who are peaceful, kind, respectful, responsible, honest, unselfish, humble, open-minded. And there are stories that go along with all of those character qualities, so that by the time somebody has to choose a leader, they know exactly who they're looking at. So,
and that's another great thing that stories share.
yes,
Is character,
right,
adventure, emotion, cooperation, interaction, so much of that. And it's important that we have stories and that we realize that your children are never too old to read stories aloud. You know, people think, okay, well, they're not two anymore, we can't read aloud. You can read aloud when they're 15. You can read together. You can form little book clubs. If you're not good at storytelling, read a story and then tell about it.
Right.
And that is also storytelling. Matt asks, keep mindful stories at hand that address common child misbehavior. Should we do that, Miss Maddie?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially if you're, you know, it's frustrating being a parent. I'm not a parent. I am the best auntie in the world.
She is the best auntie in the world. That is, I can attest to that, sometimes to the extreme.
But I mean, that's my role. You know, I don't have children. And people used to say to me all the time, and they still do say to me, oh my gosh, you're so good with children. Really, one of the reasons I'm good with large groups of children is because when I go home, I don't have to worry about my own. It's peaceful, it's calm. Parents have a much bigger challenge because there are little ones that they are responsible for. You know, that you're responsible for them. And that's part of the beauty of this story. What I love, you know, there's so much downing of parents today. There's some very, very, believe me, I was just at the UN on the Commission on the Status of Women, and there is a lot of talk about how terrible families are and how we need to remove raising children from families. A whole other topic, not getting into it. But on the positive side, one of the beauties of the Cornhusk doll story is its recognition of the role of parents, the sacrifice they have to make, the connection to their children. I love that about the story. I love that. That's why I find it one of the most powerful stories I've ever heard.
And we have a new comment that says, Miss Maddie, could we sit down and let the child read the story to us? And absolutely, I agree with that.
Totally.
Then invite the child to be present and share their own learnings. Let them solve their own problem. Would that help?
Yes. Yes.
And that's part of your interpretation with the Cornhusk story is
right.
What do you see as lessons that came from that story?
Right. And I'll tell you what's funny with kids too, is I'll tell you what works great. And this is my friend Amalia came up with this, that I love this. When you get children, you've got a group of children and they're saying the same lesson because they want to be heard. Children want to be heard and seen, right? So somebody will say, keep your promises. And then 2 kids later, you'll get somebody say, keep your promises. You don't say, oh, we already said that. What you say is, ooh, we have a match. You know, you matched. I love that. And I've been telling stories, like I said, for over 40 years. I've never said that. I've never put down a child for saying the same thing somebody else did. But I love that Amalia came up with this. Oh, look, we have a match. So it's always a matter of trying to make a child feel good about themselves. You know, I mean, I think that's what this whole day is about when we're talking about children, but it's also important to remember that on the inside, we're all children. You know, we are the little children, the things that happened to us as a child that made us feel great, and the things that happened to us as a child that didn't make us feel so great. I'm always intrigued by the fact that I will go to school year after year. I'll tell a story, and the teachers will be, and I am not putting down teachers for this, but because they have way too much to do now, way too much. They'll be working on papers, right? But the second you start to tell a story, they look up. There is something in this that connects us all.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's important to realize that stories, once again, they're not just for children.
Right.
And your connection as an adult is your stories, is your history, is your generational cycles. Those are all stories.
Right.
And they're things we believe and we take into our lives every day until we decide to change a story if it's negative and do something different and take care of some things that are affecting us negatively, and we reach out for help, or things that are more positive and we expand on that.
Right. Exactly.
It doesn't matter. It's not just for parents. It's for every adult.
Well, Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estes, who is, some of you might know from her most famous book, is Women Who Run with the Wolves. And I recommend this for everybody. This book doesn't matter if you're a man or if you're a woman. I mean, she has a particular interest in raising the self-esteem of women and mothers, and making sure that we all keep in mind the importance of the great mother. So but the stories are universal, and she is wonderful she has this little thing she teaches. She says, because her childhood was not, it was wonderful in one sense, not so great in another sense, like the rest of us mostly. But what she does is, she says, when she hears that story coming up, oh, you're too stupid to do this. Oh, nobody's going to want to read this book. Why are you bothering? She says, poof, be gone. And that actually works. Like, you can, when you hear that story in your mind coming up, that's detrimental to you. I love that. I mean, I do it with a poof, be gone. I love there's a magical quality to it. And I think that could work with children. When your child comes to you and says, oh, mommy, I can't do this, and you go, okay, poof, be gone. The word can't. She talks about that. She's called a cantadora in the Mexican tradition, because she's a keeper of the old stories. So that's their word for it. And she says, you can use the word can't, C-A-N-T, the way they use it in that language, but you may not use the word can't, so, and then if you're going to engage your child, ask, why do you think you can't? And then you tell a story like The Little Engine That Could, pull out that book, and I think that, like I said, every culture, every culture has stories.
Absolutely. And like you brought up The Little Engine That Could. How many times, for people that I'm not sure in other countries they tell this story, but in America, we always tell the Itsy Bitsy Spider with little kids. Itsy Bitsy Spider. That is a story of not giving up,
right?
Of empowerment, of determination, of saying, you know what, that Itsy Bitsy Spider, he went up that spout, got washed out, and you know what he did? He went back up the spout.
Right.
There are so many stories with so many lessons. And if we are authentic with our children and with other people, the beauty of your story is you just might affect somebody else. And they are the one person that says, you know what? There's someone else going through what I went through. And there's someone else that succeeded. It's like C.L. King said. He went through all that adversity, foster homes, homelessness,
exactly,
and yet came out the other side. And somebody can be looking at you and going, you can do it, I can do it. Stories are always valuable, no matter what age you are.
That's the whole idea. The whole idea is to get to the point where we tell our personal stories, and everybody has one. Everybody has them. And that story about your life, where you're willing to be vulnerable enough to talk about your pitfalls and your promises and your mountains, you're willing to talk about everything, is what touches the heart of so many people. And let me just say this, not everybody is a storyteller, which is why teller like standing in front of people. What's that thing they say, that standing up and talking in front of people is considered, most people consider it more frightening than death, So, I mean, you're not, everybody's going to be that way. But when children tell you stories, right? When they tell you a story of their day, a story they made up in school, a story, I saw a comment under there about, the child was telling stories on the way home from school, and you wanted to ask them to wait till they got back. I don't know that I would ask them to wait. Let them tell it. And then maybe when you come home, write it down and let them illustrate it. I mean, and one of the super fun things that we do with kids, really fun, is to tell a story and then let them do it in symbols, like in pictures. You have to explain that emojis are symbols, but they love to do this. Love, 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 love.
And another great storytelling game that we used to do in the car, and you can do with your kids in the car, instead of them watching a video and watching something, you can create a story by you starting the first sentence and let them continue. And then the next person continues, the next person. And you have this whole creative, crazy story, and it uses their imagination, uses their creativity, and they have created a wonderful story. You can record it and then write it down if you want to.
Right.
It's engaging.
Our nephew Reese, and I've been telling him stories since he was little, because I live in New York and he lived in Maryland, and now they live in Denver. But he used to do this all the time. I mean, he used to make up a story on the spot. And when a child gets inspired enough to do that, it's really amazing, because they're teaching themselves a lesson. It's no longer even you telling them the story. When they start making it up, there's some lesson they're working with. So all these legends, Aesop's fables, all of this that help in our culture, that teach us the higher consciousness of behavior, right? All of that, all of those lessons really come from somebody somewhere who started with, well, what's the lesson I want to teach today? And you can teach it, your child's going to come up with that. You're going to come up with that. You're going to say, oh, my daughter is really vain. And if you can find a story where you're trying to correct her being obsessed with herself in the mirror, not in the good way like CL talked about, but what she looks like constantly, which usually boils down to a fear of people making fun of you, right? And you can't find a story like the corn husk doll, then you go, okay, that's the lesson I want to teach. And maybe with an old enough child, you can even say, so if I wanted to teach a lesson about not being too self-centered, what do you think would be a good way to do that? And anything that's less threatening.
And kids love to be teachers.
Oh gosh.
Anytime you ask a child, they're challenged on something in homework, or they're like, I'm not sure how to do this. If you turn it around and say to them, well, can you teach me how to do this? The amazing thing is, usually they know. And they're so excited to teach you,
right?
A parent, a friend, a cousin, whoever, a neighbor,
right?
That when they're put in that role, all their memories, all their skills come out.
Exactly. So I do want to, am I closing up? But I do want to.
Do you have one more story?
I do have one more story.
Okay. So we have about 10 minutes, I guess. Is that good?
Oh, that's very good.
Oh, okay. So let's hear one more story.
Okay.
By everyone, Maddie.
So this is the story of the first turtle. I first heard it from Joe Bruchac. Joe is Abenaki. Those people are originally from Vermont. And this is an everybody favorite story, and it's short. So this is the story of the first turtle. A long time ago. Ever notice how a lot of these stories start that way? That's a good thing to do because it takes it out of the present moment, but we're in the present moment with the story, right? So a long time ago, there was the first turtle. Now, first turtle had a very smooth, very shiny shell. And oh, he loved that shell. He loved it so much, he had to tell everybody about it. You, over there, you. Dear, did you see the shell? Look at the shell. It's beautiful. It's shiny, right? I bet you wish you had one, but you don't. Just me. Hey, Fox, get over here. Look at the shell. It's beautiful. Whoa, I'm in my shell. You can't get me. Everywhere turtle went. You guys, did you see the shell? I've got it. You don't have it. It's beautiful. It's shiny. Do we like people like that? And of course, all the kids will yell out, no, but I'm hoping all you adults will also yell out, no, we do not. They're annoying. So it turns out the first turtle didn't have any friends, but he didn't care. He lived in his pond. All the food at his pond was just for him. So he was good with that. Now, here in the north, turtles hibernate. They dig in the mud in their pond and they sleep there all winter long. They don't come out until spring. Well, one fall, first turtle's eating and eating and eating when all of a sudden the sky goes black. Turtle cannot see a thing, and he hears a sound like a million birds flying. It was a million birds flying. He looks up, he goes, hey, birds, get down here. And the birds come down, they go, yes, turtle. What are you doing? You're blocking out the sun. I can't find my food. Why aren't you down here eating food, getting ready to dig in the mud? And the birds go, we don't dig in the mud. We're birds. We have wings. We can fly. We migrate. We go down south every winter where it's nice and lush and warm and lots of food to eat. And then when it's warm again, back up here in the north, we come back up north. Bye. And the birds leave. Turtle got to thinking and decided, you know what? I don't want to hibernate this year. I want to migrate with the birds. Hey, birds, get down here. And the birds come down again. Yes, turtle, we opened up a big space. The sun is shining through. No, I don't care about any of that. I'm going down south with you guys. You're going to do what? I'm going to go down south with you guys. You can't go down south with us. You are a turtle. You do not have wings. You cannot fly. That's okay. You could point. I could walk. You cannot walk. You're a turtle. By the time you get down there, it's going to be time to turn around and come back. Nope, bye. And the birds left again. Turtle got to thinking. And finally, he came up with a great idea. Hey, birds, get down here. And the birds came down again. What now, turtle? I have a stick. Okay, nice stick, turtle. No, you guys don't get it. Have a stick. Okay, turtle, beautiful stick. Gotta go. Bye. No, guys, look. I'm gonna. What? Guys, I'm gonna bite the stick. You're gonna grab on one side. You're going to grab on the other side. You're gonna lift me up. You're gonna take me down south. You're going to put me down. You're going to pick me up again when it's warm here. And you're going to bring me back home. Ta-da! That is not going to work, turtle. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, no, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yeah, okay, turtle. Bite the stick. So turtle bit the stick. One bird grabbed here. One bird grabbed here. And they started to flap their wings. Turtle! What did you eat? I don't know, a few hundred slugs, a couple of million bugs. I'm like, okay, you ate too much. We can't lift you up. No. You guys need teamwork. We need more birds. More birds, get down here. And believe it or not, more birds came down. So now we've got a whole team of birds on this side of the stick. We got a whole team of birds on this side of the stick, and they started to flap their wings. Ooh, Oh, and by working together, they could take Turtle higher and higher and higher. So high he could see things he had never seen before, mountains and rivers and valleys and animals. He got so excited that he kept pointing at everything. And the bird said, "Calm down, Turtle." But just then, they flew Turtle over the most beautiful pond he had ever seen, surrounded by berry bushes, berries, his favorite food. He got so excited, he forgot he was on a stick, and he opened his mouth. Wow, guys, look at, boom, right on his shell. Birds are still flying up there. They looked down and they went, oops. They flew down and they flipped Turtle over. And when they flipped him over, they noticed his shell had cracked. Bird said, uh-oh. Turtle said, uh-oh, what? Nothing. Nothing, said the birds. Your shell is much more interesting that way with those crack marks. Crack marks? Ah, you guys dropped me and you broke my shell. Bird said, we didn't drop you. You lost control and you fell out of the sky. Oh, I guess you're right, said Turtle. And so from that day to this, not a single northern turtle has ever wanted to fly south again. They are perfectly happy to dig into the mud of their pond and sleep there all winter long. And that is the story of the first turtle. Ta-da!
I love it. I love it.
So how many millions of lessons are there in that one? Right? I mean, it's amazing to me. And everybody loves it. I'll tell you a funny story. So I did that story in front of preschoolers and kindergartners once, big group, like 300 kids, right? So I get to the part where I start snoring at the end and they all go, Grandma Maddie, wake up. Wake up. And your daughter, our niece, when I tell her this, she goes, well, they're used to seeing old people fall asleep on the couch. So that's what the kids call me a lot when I'm telling stories. They call me Grandma Maddie.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Maddie. That was just such a great discussion about storytelling. And I know everyone, guys, let Maddie know how you feel about her class and her stories. Another scale, 1 out of 10, was this helpful to you? Let's see it in the chat, in the comments. We'd love to hear. I know a lot of people really, truly loved it. Lillian said, Coach Maddie and Coach Celia, thanks for the answers. I appreciated that was helping her with her questions.
Yeah.
And so now, guys, we're actually going to say goodbye to Miss Maddie. And you can find Miss Maddie.
We say until we meet again.
Until we meet again. Or that's enough for now.
That's enough for now. And that's another story for another time.
That's another story for another time.
Okay.
So Maddie's Facebook group, if you're on Facebook, is the Women's Oneness Project. And how are some other ways they can reach out to you, Maddie?
Oh, if you want to email me, it's Maddie, Maddi at womensoneness.com. You can do that. The school program is info at indianjourneys.com. Info at indianjourneys.com.
Indianjourneys.com.
Right.
And you can go to that website and learn more about the work that she and her husband do.
Right. Exactly.
And Bob, her husband, will be on 5 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So we have one evening program before we finish out for the day with our next speaker. So thank you. Lillian says, very helpful, 100% awesome, Maddie. Wow, Maddie, indianjourneys.com. Everybody loved it.
Yay. Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you, Maddie. It was a pleasure.
Enjoy
the rest of the day of calm. What?
I said with my genius sister who thought up the day of calm. Yay for you. Cheers.
Sure. Cheers.
Love you all.
Too. And now we are going to take a little break. I want to let you guys know about, hold on a minute. We need to remove Maddie so you're not seeing a big dot. I want to let you guys know about some free gifts we have to give you. We have the Calm Toolkit. to give you, and that is accessible on the dayofcalm.org website. I hope I'm correct about that. Anupam, are you shaking your head? Yes. Yes. Dayofcalm.org website for the Calm Toolkit. So go over to the website and grab a copy of that for you, for friends. Send your friends over to it. Also, we're having a competition, a contest. Shouldn't call it a competition, right? We don't like to compare. We're having a contest where you can win a copy of my book, Raising Happy Toddlers, my children's books, which are here somewhere. Oh, hold please. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, I'm back. So you can get a copy of my book in Spanish or English, both copies. My children's books, Being Different is Fun, all about me, and I am grateful. Those are my children's books. And you can win copies, your very own copies, if you make a short video about how you enjoyed the Day of Calm, how you enjoyed your experience here, and sharing it out and tagging the Day of Calm by using the hashtag I'm Calm Too. I am CALM, the number 2. I'm Calm Too. There you go. Go to the Instagram Day of Calm page. And if you're here on Facebook, don't forget to subscribe, give a thumbs up. We got lots of comments from our Facebook users, and visit us often at Day of Calm. Oh, there. That's our Instagram handle. See these back people? They're like so good at this. And now, before we bring up the next speaker, I want to take a little break, and I want to share with those that are new in the stream a little about our Rescue a School mission, all about a wonderful school in Uganda who is led by John Paul, who started this school because honestly, their community, instead of putting kids in school, we're using children, and especially girls. He started this for women, for labor, early marriage, sent off, sold to earn money for their very poor families. Plus, their community is highly impacted by AIDS. So many of these children are homeless and they're orphans. So they come to school, and their school is safe. It is nurturing. It is fun. And it's the first thing these kids really have that's so enjoyable in their life. And it's how education should be, creative. The problem is they don't have enough money to run the school. Their buildings are falling down. There are no windows, doors. Their floors are made of mud. They have a problem with jiggers, and jiggers live in the mud and come up through the children's feet. And often the children are unshoed. Unshoed? Is that a word? That is not a word. They don't have shoes. So we're trying to work hard to get permanent buildings and supplies for these children. So if you would take a moment and go to rescueaschool.com, and if you can show the video before we bring up our next speaker. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate it. And we're back. They're a wonderful school. Even if you have $1, it will help. It will all help. Aren't those children amazing? And if you saw the picture where they're kind of holding up sticks, it looks like. I train at that school about once a month virtually. And I did a hygiene training for those kids. And I talked about brushing their teeth without realizing that in order to brush your teeth, you needed a toothbrush. And one of the little kids, just smiling, raised their hand and said, Miss Celia, how do we brush our teeth if we don't have a toothbrush? And we take so many things for granted. We just don't even think about the abundance we have in our lives. So we at the International Day of Calm shipped about 500 toothbrushes, toothpaste, all kinds of hygiene supplies for everyone there. And that was their picture. They were so excited to get their toothbrushes. But we have to realize how fortunate we are. And realize that we, even with a little donation, can make the lives of other children around the world so much better, as well as right here in our own hometown. So I hope you go to rescueaschool.com and give what you can, because it's all appreciated. And we're so grateful for you being here. So now, guys, I would like to bring up our next speaker and tell you a little bit about Lynn. Lynn is doing a class called Taking the Helm, Creating a Proactive Mindset. And you've heard us talk about being proactive and not reactive. And Lynn McLaughlin is an expert at this. And she is going to go through tools that you can use to really help yourself, help your kids, help your coworkers, help any relationship you're in, your partner, by creating a proactive mindset. So we're going to have a little introduction video, and then we're going to bring Lynn to the stage. And don't forget, share this out to your friends, your family, so everyone can participate in the International Day of Calm. Thank you for being here. And we're back.
Oh,
hi, Lynn. You're
Hi.
fine. You're fine. My tissues are all around me all the time.
Oh, I was boogieing away there to the music.
That's
I love
all
it.
right. I know it's catchy tune, isn't it? Super catchy. Super catchy.
Oh.
So I'm excited to have you here. Lynn was just on my podcast, Pumped Up Parenting podcast, if you haven't listened to it. And we just decided that her knowledge, her wisdom needed not stop at the podcast and needed to be a part of the International Day of Calm, because it all works to make us calmer human beings. So Lynn, I'm going to let you introduce yourself, start your program, and I'm going to take a back seat in the backstage area and let you take it away. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thanks, Czar, and everybody in the background for making this possible. I might need some help as we go through. So, wow, it's my honor and my pleasure to be here today. Really quick background on myself, just so you know where I'm coming from and why I am so passionate about being proactive with our children's emotional well-being. I'm a lifelong educator. I retired 4 years ago after serving, I should say I live in a little town. It's the most southern town of Canada. Little trivia question there. Give you 3 seconds. It's Kingsville, Ontario, and we're actually parallel to San Francisco, because Detroit is 45 minutes north of me. It's a little trivia piece, but people find that very interesting. So here we go. Yeah, I have 3 grown children, all in their 20s. And I surpassed my career goals as an educator. I was a teacher, a consultant, a vice principal, a principal, and my last 6 years as a superintendent of education. And it was really interesting in that career to see things from different perspectives, right? The classroom in front of me, different schools as a consultant, as a vice principal and principal, moving to different communities, traditions, beliefs, understandings, all of those kinds of things. And then finally, as a superintendent, from a system perspective, and seeing how difficult it is to make system change when you're under a government hierarchy, we'll just say it that way. But in my last year, 1 year after my role as a superintendent, I got it from an MRI machine and was sent directly to emergency. And I had been ignoring symptoms for probably a year and a half. I had a brain tumor that had actually shifted my brain 1 centimeter to the right. I said left in an early right because I needed an emergency craniotomy. It's almost 10 years. We call it a craniversary in my world. I'm about to celebrate another one this summer. But I share that story because you and me and so many people around us are on not only a treadmill, but it's that treadmill that you're falling off, you get back on, you're falling off, you get back on, or you've got that straw and the water above you, you're just going deeper and deeper and deeper into it. And it took the universe to stop me in my tracks, to take that time in recovery, 8-9 months, and learn the new me, to say, you know, what's this all about? And I got off that treadmill and I realized, yes, okay, I surpassed my career goals, but I had 3 children, my husband, my life, my well-being. My well-being was a real concern for a lot of reasons. So the universe stopped me in my tracks. I finished my career. I was able to go back to that job. I need to tell people that because a lot of people said with a brain injury, I was never going to be able to do it. Tech saved my day, but I went back. But 5 years later, when I retired, in my own family, my children are all in their 20s and they're all doing very well now. One of my kids is one of those kids with those big, big emotions, you know, right from the get-go. We call it strong-willed child, whatever you want to do. And what I now know, you know, if I could have known then what I know now, I don't play the shoulda, coulda, woulda things, but what I have learned through this journey with her and taking her through it hand in hand, and in some ways I was detrimental to her. I now speak openly and honestly about that and have moved into this whole place because of another moment I'll tell you about in a little while, where I just said, why? We are trained, especially in North America, to wait until we have symptoms before we do something. Oh, I'm not feeling really well. I have a cold. I'll go get some. This is something I need to go to the hospital for, a clinic, whatever is available to you in the world. And I realize that we have people from all around the world, but we wait until we see something wrong before we say, I have to do something about this. And that's backwards, everybody, isn't it? So I say, this is such a complex world now. What are we doing to give our kids before the age of 10 what they need to be emotionally well? And if our kids can be emotionally well in this world, then that puts them in a position to be what we refer to as emotionally intelligent. And Celia and guests have talked about that already in the day's presentation so far in discussions. But when we have an emotional intelligence, then we become problem solvers, confident, we develop empathy, we can partake in social situations, and we can give back to the world. And that's what we want for our kids, isn't it? That's what we want for our kids. So I've moved into this proactive place since September of 2018. Well, I'll be honest, it took a year of doing the squirrel thing. Oh, what do I do now? Oh, your career is sometimes your defining moment, right? It's a very large part of your identity. So absolutely, it took me a year. Then I decided, look at all these people out here who've had crises in their lives and amazing experiences that they now call amazing because they look back on it now and say, there was a reason for that. My tumor, there was a reason for that. Call me crazy. I'm afraid I would still be on that treadmill if that hadn't stopped me in my tracks. So that's what ended up happening. And then I, started to get into podcasting and people who'd experienced in crisis, and, 115, I think, guests we have now. And then, but what do we do for kids? So in the last 6 months, we've totally rebranded my company with the help of my advisory team and a lot of other resources to focus on children's emotional well-being, which starts, as Celia and everyone says so well, with us. What we model, they learn. So that's a little bit of background about where I am from. And I'm not sure how to share this. I wanted to share the second slide, Czar, if that's possible. Okay, so a little segue into this. So when we talk about being calm, and we all have our different definitions of calm, mine is really being present, and breathing is one of the ways that we can be calm. So why not begin this next little while with how to do some deep breathing? And there's lots of different ways to do deep breathing. I'll talk about this in a little while, but this is one of the characters, Carnuli, from a children's book series that my niece, who's a social worker, and I have written, where we demonstrate one of the ways that we can teach children deep breathing. If we learn this ourselves, it serves us well, right? This is not something that happens overnight. It takes practice. We like this methodology for children because they can measure their success. So bear with me. I'm still learning myself. Inhale through your nose for 1 Tasrania, 2 Tasrania, 3 Tasrania, 4 Tasrania, 5 Tasrania. Now pause. Exhale through your mouth for 1 Tasrania, 2 Tasrania, 3 Tasrania, 4 Tasrania, 5 Tasrania. Now pause. Now, what's Tasrania? Tasra is the name of the planet that we created. So we're taking children through this practice of deep breathing. And of course, you can start with 3 and then build yourself to 4. And, getting up to 8 seconds, really, once we've practiced for a while, is not that hard to do. So if we can start to model this kind of a thing for our children, and it's just a part of our regular day, it doesn't have to be after something has happened. Deep breathing is meant to help calm us. And while I was in the backstage, was doing my deep breathing because, of course, I'm a little nervous. I'm speaking in front of all of you. I don't know who any of you are who are listening from around the world. I don't have the context of South Africa, and Uganda and any of those others. So I did deep breathing to calm my mind. So that's one of the things I think we can all practice. If you could jump to this third slide, Czar. We're going to share with you a link just right now. Just hear me out before you can actually go there, the link, and Zara is going to put it in the chat as well. I think it's important that we all know we're all struggling. Self-compassion is so important today. So us as parents, as guardians, as teachers, as grandparents, whatever we're doing in our life, we're making mistakes. We're figuring it out. And when we talk about our own emotional well-being and that of our families, we are all in different places. So this is a Survey Monkey. I would love it if you would go on there, and what you are actually answering in the survey, I do not see. I see a compilation of results, and that I'd like us to all see, and I'm predicting with my crystal ball that a lot of us are struggling and we're not alone, because there's no judgment here. It's all a learning path. So the questions basically go from, I hope you're logging in right now and jumping on. Czar, have you put that in the public comment? I'm going to go over to public comments. I think it's probably, there we go. It's already there. So the questions really range, and I'm not going to read them all to you, but I will give you the compilation in I'm going to wait about 3-4 minutes. That seems to be about how long it takes. And then I'm going to go jump in to see the results to say a percentage of us feels this way. A percentage of us sees it that way. So some of the questions, for example, how confident are you in your parenting role? And you know what? It's okay to say, I'm not confident at all. Trust me, I've been there. I'm still not there, and I'm still there in some ways, right? As you go down and answer the additional questions, how effectively do you manage your own emotions? And there's a range there. Please be honest. We're all human. And like I said, this is you and yours alone. You can see your responses once you've done replying, but I only see the compilations. Once you get to the last 2 questions, they're ranking questions. So I've got it obviously on another screen here to read for you. Rank the following emotions in order of how often your child has experienced them in the last month. Think about one of your children if you have several, 5 children, 4 children. Think about one. Maybe it's the child with the biggest emotions. The relationship that you have with that child seems to be the most challenging, right? So is anger and frustration something that they've portrayed regularly? That's the highest one that you see in the last month? Or is it guilt and shame or being peaceful and calm? So if you could go ahead and do that, I'm going to go ahead just a little bit in what I'm talking about while you finish the survey And we'll go back to it to look at the compilation of results shortly. Wherever you're watching, whatever platform you're listening on, I hope you can see the survey link. It's right there in front of you as well if you have to cut and copy. And the QR code should work too. Okay. We can leave that up, I think, Czar. All right. So, the world, as I said, is a different place. How have things evolved? Why are we here today with so many people struggling? I think there's definitely more awareness, right? We're definitely learning that our kids need something different than what we had when we were growing up. And, if we go through the generations of how things have changed, what our young people are doing today in many ways is wonderful. And it's leading the way because they're speaking more openly about how they feel. They want to balance their lives more equally. And that is a wonderful thing. But we've gotten here for a reason. So let's talk about some of the reasons that we're here today. Remember, I am not a clinician. I am a lifelong educator, still teaching in post-secondary as well. So we talk about social isolation conditioning. And honestly, this was happening. We all know it was happening before the pandemic, but whoa, did that blow us out of the water through that time with the pandemic. So what happened was people pulled back into their homes, pulled back into their rooms. People were managing situations with 3 or 4 people online, learning if that was possible in where you are in the world, or schools shut down. And the fear we all experienced, especially at the beginning, we didn't know if it was airborne. We didn't know if it was surface driven, any of those kinds of things. We moved into the social isolation place, but guess what? We became comfortable in that, many of us. If someone already had some anxiousness or a diagnosed anxiety or, and they've now been able to be in a place where, hey, I can log in every day. I can turn off my video. I can turn off my audio. This is really comfortable for me. Wow, that's tough. That's tough for a lot of people to take them out of that place. I had the pleasure, kindergarten, actually grade 4 or 5 class too. So when I think about those 2 years, I was at a school a couple of weeks ago. I was in a 4 or 5 class and 2 kindergarten classes. And I was just so moved to see them being beside each other and talking to each other. But a lot of people are still struggling. That social isolation piece is a big part of it. Okay. Our comfort zones, because of everything that's happening in this world, what are we comfortable with? And I do want to jump ahead now, Czar, to the slide that shows the circle in it. It's about 4 over. 1 more. Keep going. Oh, keep going. 2 more. So when we talk about the comfort zone, and I don't know if you're familiar with this one, but when you look in the inside, we're talking about feeling safe, right? I've got to blow it up so I can see this and look at it on my own slide. Sorry, my vision is not the greatest, so I'm just going to look in a different way here. Okay, so your comfort zone is when you want to feel safe. When you are feeling safe, but you're not getting anywhere. Let's use an analogy to say a 13-year-old child is now in a room and is very comfortable, but they're not going anywhere. And it's certainly not creating what we want for their future. And then we see the fear zone. And that's the blame it on others. Yeah, that was my fault. It happened because of so-and-so. We blame it on politicians. We blame it on this. We blame it on that. Let's talk about the things within our control, though. And we're in the afraid. I'm afraid to move forward. I'm afraid what other people are going to think. And I make up excuses because I want to stay in my comfort zone, right? If we can move out of that into the learning zone, well, we're starting to get there. We might see some poor time management. We might be overwhelmed, but we're learning, but maybe not by consciously making decisions, right? What do I want to learn? Why do I want to learn about it? What do I want to shut out of my life and keep it out? And then we move into the you to self zone, where we are in our perfect routine. We are getting results and we are determining our best habits. Where do we all want to be? You know it. We obviously want to be in the ultra self zone, but it's tough getting there. And so what's been happening over the last little while, and we can talk about all the reasons. I won't go into all the reasons. We all have different ones we can identify, but we have very much been in the fear zone for the last few years. And we're starting to find our way out of it. But that is one of, this is what
Okay, now I'll talk and you can hear me. So I think we had a few technical difficulties. Hopefully Lynn will come back. Sorry about that. And in the meantime, we'll talk about something else. So so I want to tell you about our mission, our fourfold mission. And this is really how we put this whole International Day of Calm together, and how it is our goal to stop all the violence that's going on in the world, the school shootings, the beatings of children, the abuse of children, that they don't feel safe anywhere. What can we do to change the next generation? Because we're all role models. We take personal responsibility. We take intentional parenting. We take expressive education and safety and security. And that is what goes into creating the adults of the next generation. Personal responsibility, learning to stop judging and criticizing and ridiculing, taking responsibility for our actions and our reactions, and not doing the blame game or making excuses. Well, not my fault. If that person didn't do it, then that wouldn't have happened to me. It's important to know that nobody can make you do something. Nobody can make you do something. Somebody may actually trigger a response in you. Somebody may actually do something, like a coworker or a child, or in the example of Will Smith and Chris Rock, shown to millions. He didn't know that Will Smith was going to come smack him in the face. But what did Chris Rock do? He could have smacked him back. Nobody would have been surprised. But instead, he made light of it. He kind of did nothing. He stayed calm and he let the show go on. And I'm pretty sure that was a pretty painful thing, because he mentions it now in his stand-up. But the important thing to remember is that nobody can make you do anything. And it is your job to get control over your emotions and your reactions, so that you are proactive and ready to start and react when something happens to you that's out of sync or something you didn't expect. So that's the first part, is personal responsibility. And Lynn, I see, is back. So we'll go on to the other parts of our 4-part mission in the International Day of Calm, so you can understand why I chose to make this a movement. Why in my eyes, these 4 factors that affect the children of this world, because once again, we are all role models, not just parents, not just teachers, every single one of us. Why this intention can create competent, confident, self-reliant adults of the next generation that are not spending all their time recovering from their childhood. So I hope that's clear to you, and I bring you back Lynn. Hi, Lynn. Welcome back. No worries. No worries. We
I was
got
talking to myself for probably 5 minutes. Talking to
I totally believe that. I was thinking, I bet she's just talking to herself, thinking, oh my gosh.
I sincerely apologize, everyone. I really do. I basically minimized so I could enlarge my screen, and I locked you out. So anyway,
so everybody show Lynn the love in the comments and let her know that it's okay, because as we discussed earlier, mistakes and failures happen, and we're like, we just want to go on with them because stuff happens, right?
It sure does.
And then shift happens. So now we are shifting back.
Super. Okay. And you know what? That little timeout was helpful, because now I can go and look at the results. And I really thank you. Oh my goodness, the results that you've put in. I'm going to look at the other screen here now. I am not going to do it on my own screen. But how confident are you in the parenting role? Thank you for the people who said I'm not confident at all. That is so real and so true. And that's why you're here today. And I think that's fabulous. And I thank you for being there. How well do you understand your own emotions? We are all over the gamut from I'm very good to I never truly know what I'm feeling. So that's fantastic. We go back, and I'm going to just go on and just, wow, how often do you feel confident? We have some people who say, never at all. We get it. It's okay. I'm just back at the survey link, Czar. And when I just want to jump down, I just love it because all of your responses are right all the way from they're mystery to me. I don't understand them to, yes, I have some confidence. So I thank you so much. When I go down to where we did the ranking of your children and what their highest emotions were, anger and frustration was at the top. And the second one is happiness and joy. Isn't that interesting? Children who are feeling all of those emotions at one time. And I love the way my niece, who's a social worker, I said in the introduction, describes it, is kids today, it's like a fuse box. It's a fuse box that all of this stuff is coming in at the same time, and their fuses are blowing because they need to learn how to manage all of those things in a good way. And just really quickly in the last question, rank the following in order of what you hope to gain. It looks like communication tips, self-awareness, and understand big emotions are the top ones there. So thank you very much. I'm going to leave that survey open, Celia, for a few weeks. Just if people are watching afterwards, they can go in and get a gauge for themselves of where they are. And when we go in and we do some reflection and get a gauge for ourselves, that's sometimes the first step in the decision that we say, this is what I'm going to choose to do. All right, this is where I got cut out. When we talk about our comfort zones, the green in the middle is, hey, I'm happy, I'm comfortable. But it's not working because you're alone in a room. You're not going out. You're not doing anything. You're not taking risks, but you're comfortable. And is that what we want for us and our kids? No, because the end result is isolation, more isolation. Then we move into where we have been very much for the last couple of years, and it's the fear zone. And we can talk about all the different ways fear has been imposed on us or how we have put fear out ourselves. It's very, very true when we think about it. And when we're in that zone, it's also not a good place, but we're starting to get out of that comfort zone, right? We move into the next place where we're learning, and maybe we still have some trouble with our time management. We're picking things and choosing things and saying, I want to learn this and I want to try that. And it's all fantastic. But we want to be in the final outside ulti-self zone where we're taking chances, we're having successes, we're setting goals, and we're meeting our goals. How do we get there? How do we get out of that comfort zone? So that's the second reason I want to talk about with the why are we here today with the social, the comfort zone piece. It's a fact of life. Okay, then we go into, social media influence. This is what I was talking to myself. So I'm going to ask you all, how much does this control your life? Zara, you can take the slide off, please, and thank you. How much does this control your life? How many times do you have this in front of you during the day? And maybe you need it to control you to some ways. Maybe you're a construction person. Maybe you have your own business and a call is going to land you a project or a client. Okay. But let me ask you this. If you have this out when you are alone with your children and your family, in any one child, two children, grandparents, aunts, uncles, whatever, or even someone you're having a conversation with, what message are you sending them by doing this? You're sending them the message that they are not as important as what is on here. And when our kids see that, that does not send a message to them that we love them, we appreciate them, we value this time with them. So that's the first thing when we talk about social media influence. The second one is not what are we putting out so much as what are we allowing in. So are you someone who gets up in the morning and the first thing you do is jump on Facebook or Instagram and just do that no mind scrolling? If that's the way you're starting your day, it's not the best way to do it. I've taken Facebook off my phone. I intentionally go onto Facebook because of my business when I need to go onto my business. I have deleted people and unfollowed people that I didn't think were being healthy or putting out views that were hurtful or hateful. You can make conscious decisions about what you let in to your life, but also your kids' lives. Let's think about how complex it is for them today, right? I played in cornfields. I jumped off haylofts. I read books when I was a kid. And that's gotten a little bit, my youngest, my oldest, who's 29 years old, used a computer, one of the very first computers to, learn how to read and those kinds of things. But they're hearing, for me to hear and I know we have children possibly listening, for me to hear that there's a war happening on the other side of the world, we are in the midst of a climate crisis, a tornado, a hurricane, and all of those kinds of things, I can process that to some degree. What does a 5-year-old and a 6, what does that say to them when they take that in? They do not know that that's happening thousands of miles away from them. They may not. So I think being conscious of what we allow into our homes and give them exposure to is a really important thing. Screen time, overstimulation, no question about it, but some screen time is good, right? We have programs that teach reading. We have programs that teach writing. We have kids who are connecting through appropriate gaming things. But this is what I like to say. If you're noticing something with your child where they're not ready to go when they need to go, they're not coming down to have dinner when they're supposed to have dinner, they're putting off things, and that screen is taking over their lives, it's time to set some boundaries. And that is tough, but it has to happen, because that becomes their go-to place. That becomes their comfort zone. And now they're alone on a screen, gaming or whatever else they're doing, or looking at things they shouldn't be looking at, rather than spending quality time doing things they love to do, being with people they want to be with, and growing as a whole person. So the screen time has been absolutely huge. And, Celia, you've talked about this on your podcast too, about the overstimulation. If our teens are on their screens until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, they've taken all of that stuff in, it's really hard to shut that brain down to go to sleep. So sleep deprivation comes as a result of this as well, doesn't it? The increased pressures of the pandemic, the financial pressures, the costs of groceries, the things that have shut down. I won't get into all of the climate stuff and everything that is now occurring as well. But those are additional pressures that our kids are feeling through us that, we never had a pandemic in my lifetime. It was before my lifetime. So, and then of course the stigma still persists. If I need help, if I want to give help, and something like the Day of Calm today, the summit, people who are giving voices, allowing people to share, people who have the courage and the nervous and the wisdom to share their personal stories and how they got through, is also helping us to see there is more than one way. Okay, so what does being emotionally well mean? I've got 4 big factors here, and I want you to do some reflection, please, on each one. And it's okay if you say, I failed that one. That's all right. It's okay, because being aware of where we need to start from gets us to where we are. So the first one is we know ourselves. And, so what do we like? What do we not like? What are our strengths? Easy. It sounds easy, doesn't it? But things change over our lifetime. They change. How well, and the biggest part here is I can tell you what I'm strong at. I can tell you what I'm not great at. Could I 5 years ago express to you how I was feeling and why and what I was going to do about it? No, I didn't talk about it. So knowing ourselves is also knowing our feelings, emotions, the reason why, and then being able to have steps to say, this is how I'm going to deal with this at this time. And once you practice, it starts to become a routine. It starts to become more regular, and it really becomes part of a conversation that happens for you in your own homes. The second piece. So you can tell yourself, I'll tell you right now, I failed the part about how I experience and my different emotions and being able to talk about it. The second one is how do we control ourselves? And this goes to self-regulation, which has been talked about already on the Day of Summit. But do we reflect before we react, or do we react? When I see something on social media that just goes and gets my blood boiling, I do the 24-hour rule. I learned this in my job too. Whoa, you do not know, your 24-hour rule. And usually 24 hours later, you're not even going to respond at all because you've given yourself time to chill. And you've probably come to the realization that you're not changing that person's mindset anyway. And they're going to put out to the world what they're going to put out to the world, right? There's certain things you're going to take on, no question about it. But I guess I'm saying, like, how do you just react? And if you're a reactionary person, what are you modeling for your kids? Do you know the coping strategies that work for you? Walking is my godsend. Listening to music. I boogie around the house. I chill. I do deep breathing, as I was saying earlier. Those are things that work for me. Do you know what helps you to cope? And coping can be seen as after, something's happened after I might go and read a book. I might go have a hot bath. I might do whatever. But coping to me also means making conscious decisions ahead of time and putting things in your life every single day that allows you to manage those emotions and those things that come in. Okay. And do you know when you need to take a break from others? Do you know when to say, I got to step aside on this one. This is not a conversation I want to enter. And having that, knowing you have the power to do that is incredible. I'm going to tell you a story about a conversation I had with one of my children where this came to light for me in just a moment. So, all right. And then we talk about the third umbrella is knowing how to communicate with others. So this is a really tough one. Can we distinguish between our heart and our fear? So let's say one of my kids comes in the house and is angry and is blowing up. And yeah, this was a normal thing in my home with my big emotion child. Am I going, oh, I have to calm the situation. Oh my gosh, I'm going to take her upstairs. We're going to calm things down. Or do we respond with the heart and say, oh my gosh, I can see that you're really upset. Let's take some time to do what you know helps you calm down. And we teach them that. We help them find that way and then go back and talk about it. And then it becomes a conversation about feelings and emotions. And all of those things are perfectly okay to have because every emotion sends us a signal, right? It's there for a reason. It's telling us something, but we have to figure out what we're going to do about them. All right. And how do you respectfully share your thoughts and your feelings? So how many of us have blown up? I'm going to guess probably every one of us have blown up. Have we blown up in front of our family? Have we blown up in front of our kids? Sure. I absolutely have, for a variety of reasons. It doesn't matter what those reasons were. It's what I did afterwards. So I am now more conscious. I'm not going to blow up in front of my kids because I have a way to calm myself before I enter the door. But let's say you fly in after work and something, it's just been a horrible, horrible, horrible day. And whoa, you are giving that out to everyone around you, every single person around you. So a better way, and I'll just give you an example, would be, wow, okay, everybody, I just want you to know, wow, what a day it was. I'm going to take 15 minutes. I know walking for me is okay. I got to go out for a walk. And if you've got little people who are home from childcare, here, I'm going to make you a snack. Mommy's going to be over here for a little while. I want to do some reading. I'm going to put on, earbuds, obviously be able to still hear them. I need to listen to music. And then you go back and have the conversation about it. Thank you for giving me that time. I just needed it to calm myself. I needed to calm down. A couple of things happened at work today that I didn't handle really well. I'm embarrassed about it, but it's okay because I'm going to go back tomorrow and I'm going to do this. And you share with them. Obviously, it's different from age to age, but it becomes a regular part of your conversations in your home. And then how do we teach that respectful communication? Disrespect. We say, they're yelling at me. It's disrespectful. Every behavior from every child has a reason behind it. And wow, that's tough. When they're home ripping the things off the walls and having their temper tantrums, it's really hard to say, well, jeepers, what happened there? All you want to do is go in and calm the situation. But there's got to be a time when you figure out what was the reason for that behavior, right? And so screaming at mom that I hate you. I know I'm their safe person, and I'm the person that it's coming out to. But a later conversation is going to be, I understand that you were upset earlier, and talk to me more about that. What made you feel this way? They might not be able to even identify it, but you can help them. And then, next time you're feeling angry about this, what are some of the things that we can do? And you teach them to be able to let out an emotion in a respectful way where you don't go into defensive mode. She hates me. Oh, how dare she calls me names? That's not what it's all about. It's how they're feeling in that moment and making it okay, but teaching. The last one is we know how to set goals and we work towards them. So, a fly by night, some of us are, you get up in the morning, you do, you go. There's a routine, got to get out, got to do this, got to do that. And that has to happen to some days, on some days. But, how do you leave the door in the morning? Do you take a few minutes? And this was just shared with me with another speaker, Lady J.B. Owen. So I'm just going to share her insights on this to say to your children before you walk out the door, what are you going to be happy about today? each person, I'm going to be happy about this today. Off you go. You've set your day on the right track. But even more importantly, you now have something to ask them later in the day. Hey, how did that go with Charlie? You know, you said you were going to do your presentation with how did it go with Charlie today? How did that go when you went out to play on the playground? You have something to follow up with them. And you're also giving them validation that you heard them, that you're there for them, that you listen. And you obviously share how things went for your day too. And, you know, if it didn't go well, you share that it didn't go well. It makes talking about it okay. So I think that's what, well, based on my research and listening to podcasts and things like Celia and following up, those are the things that mean we want our kids to be emotionally well. So if you could call up, Zar, the slide that has the hands, everyone is unique in the way we receive love. So I got taken out of my comfort zone with what I'm about to share with you by my niece. And she said, Aunt Lynn, we're doing community presentations and interactive presentations with schools. And she says, I want them to do the love language survey. I went, well, what? Talking to parents and guardians here, the love language survey. What do you mean? Because I think love language is, you know, something between two partners, between two people. And wow, did I learn a lot from this. So I'm going to share with you that slide, Zara, if you wouldn't mind. I can go back and tell you what the name of the slide is. Oh, I guess I get to share. I didn't know that. Well, there you go. So, for example, a parent does the love language survey, and look what the parent finds. This is the way I'll give you the example of this family. I receive and give love. The most important thing to me is quality time. The least important thing to me is physical touch. And then there's some kind of things in the middle, but receiving gifts and physical touch are not the most important thing to me. And what do? If we know that that's the way we receive and give love, and this is one survey, there's lots of different ways that you can find this out. Well, that's what I'm giving my children, because that's what I've grown up to learn, and that's what's important to me. But now this love language survey, kids can do it. And there's for younger ages, it's for different ages. A younger child, you will ask them questions orally, right? But look at these two children with this one parent. One child, the most important thing to them is physical touch. The second most, actually there's three in the middle of their quality time, acts of service, and words of affirmation. Well, physical touch is the parent's last thing. So do you think that person is naturally giving that child what they need to receive and give love? Probably not, unless they're aware of it. The second child, you know, every kid's different, right? Words of affirmation are the most important thing for this young person. And then receiving gifts is the last thing, and there's some in the middle. Well, what an aha moment I had when my niece and I went through this, and she shared this with me, because, you know, yeah, if quality time were my thing and one of my children needed physical touch, wow. But guess what? If we know how our kids give and receive love, then we can change what we do to give them what they need. So it is called the Love Language Survey. We can share a link, I think, maybe through the notes afterwards, or just Google it, everyone. This was a very powerful exercise for me. I think every family should do it. So my own slides. There you go. Something else. All right. So here we go. Next one. What do we need to do now? We're the adults. We have got to figure out what we need to model for our children. And what worked for us is not working for them. They've got this myriad of things that are happening around them every single day that we never had. And they just went through 2 years of a pandemic, even more, depending upon where you were in the world and the aftermath now. People suffered terrible losses. How do we now give them the strategies? So I think the most important thing is we have to understand our own emotions, and that's tough. And I'm going to make a confession here. As my daughter got older and developed some anxiousness, and really to the point where it was affecting her life, I had to do some deep thinking, because what was happening in our world wasn't working, because I was the controlling parent. I wanted her to do this cognitive behavior therapy. You're going to do cognitive behavior, and she's an adult now, right? 19 or 20 years old. You will do cognitive behavior therapy. Well, she wanted nothing to do with it for her own reasons. I had to do some deep dives, because our relationship was really growing apart. And I could see that. I could feel that. As much as I was fearing for her and wanting her to get her through it, I became more of an enabler. I became the person that she talked to say, This is a problem in my life. What do you think? I had to go through counseling. I chose to go through counseling myself and go all the way back to figure out, oh, wait, it's because I'm a control freak. I always knew as an A-type personality, I always knew I had to have a plan. I always had goals in my life. But my relationship with my family, my children, was one of mom's in charge, mom's in charge, mom's in charge. How many of you can relate to that? Wow. I had to go back to my childhood. My father was a musician, traveled in a band, was gone for long, long, long periods of time. Eventually, my parents separated and divorced, and I became, the new word I believe is parentification. I stepped in to help my mom. I was the oldest of 4. And so what happened at that point? I learned I need to be here to help this person, to help that person. I mean, my goodness, there were things that happened. My sister cut her foot open, and I was the one in charge at 16 years old. Actually, I wasn't 16 yet. I was probably about 13 to say, how do I get her medical attention? How do I do this? Because my mom was in a job where we couldn't contact her. You had to call the office and wait for a phone call. I learned why I was a control freak. And then I learned to draw boundaries and ask the right questions, as opposed to saying, why don't you try this? Why don't you try that? You know, it's not very helpful at all. They have to find their own way. And what message do we send our kids when we impose things on them, as opposed to, and this was talked about earlier, letting them fall and celebrating those falls. And yeah, that didn't really work really well, but hey, what did you learn from that? There's always something to be taken from it. So us understanding why we are the way we are, why we express things the way we are, is a really, really big, important piece. And you don't have to go to counseling necessarily. That's one piece. People are doing Reiki. People are doing mindfulness. People are doing meditation. Oh my gosh, walking in nature, learning how to be grounded, using evidence-based strategies to get you through problems. They're all out there. We have to want to find them to learn more about ourselves so we can model. And when we model these healthy coping skills, that becomes part of what occurs in your family. It doesn't happen overnight. No way. These things take time. There's going to be setbacks. There's going to be failbacks, and that's okay. That's what our kids need to know. It's okay. Now, what are we going to do, and what do we learn from this? Then you can start to set the boundaries, because when kids know what they want, when kids know who they are, when they learn what works for them, they're going to be able to identify that being on a game for 12 hours a day is not good for me. And it'll make it easier to set those boundaries. Not easy, easier. What do we model with that respectful communication? If we're someone who blows up, right? We have to be aware that we're someone who blows up. And let's take a baby step to say, I know that I have a short fuse. That's the first step. Now, what am I going to do about that? To put times into our days where we can calm ourselves, where we can be present, whatever means something to us. Some people might be going out and piddling in a garden, in the yard, in a field, whatever works. We have to be aware that we have a short fuse, and then put strategies in place to not model that for our kids, model problem solving. And then, like I said earlier, if we can all talk about how we're feeling and make it okay every single day, then it becomes normalized and it becomes wonderful. And every conversation becomes a learning opportunity, right? And you talk about that openly with your family. So I just want to talk briefly, and I can take this slide down now. Can I do that myself, Zara, or do you do that? Remove from stream. Yay, here we go. So part of where I've come today is out on a walk one day. This is the story I wanted to tell you. And everything was fine. My daughter's actually teaching overseas English in Indonesia, of all places. She found her way because mom had to learn to back off. Mom had to learn to model problem solving. Mom had to learn to listen and not impose. There was lots to this. She's doing remarkably well. She found working out, cycling, going out in nature, being in a gym, and being part of a group of people as a team is what she needed. I needed to listen. So off and running, she's doing wonderfully. That nasty part of her life was 4 years ago. And I was out for a walk, having those moments. And I thought exactly what I said earlier. Why did we wait for symptoms? Why? and called my niece. And I said, will you write a children's book series with me? And she was hesitant, but jumped right in. She's the social worker. I'm the educator. And we thought we have to make this teachable for kids all the way from little people, 10 years old. And we created this fictitious planet where we're on Tezra and we beam up and the kids glow in the color they're feeling because they haven't learned how to control them yet. So when we take kids to this planet, feelings are everywhere. It's just part of who they are. And it's all right to be frustrated. And we teach much more in terms of emotional vocabulary as well. But every single book takes an evidence-based strategy that walks kids through. In the first book called I Have Choices, for example, what do we think of? This happens, I have choice A or I have choice B. Zirko, all of our characters are named after crystals, which was kind of fun, hovers off to go and play a game and realizes, oh no, they're playing something I'm not good at. What if I fall? What if I run into somebody? What if my, and then we take Zirko through, an adult comes in and helps model. Well, what are your choices? You can play the game, or I can not play the game, or, and make them aware of all of the other things that are happening around them so that they then turn into the color of green and get their confidence back and say, this is my choice. I'm in charge, and off I go. And so that's what we're doing now. And I have to say that I should have known this because I learned a lot of these specific step-by-step strategies from my niece. I just, you have a choice. You have a choice. Sure. How many of us said you have a choice? But it's older siblings and adults are saying, gee, thanks, grandmas. Thanks for teaching me that. Now I didn't, because I didn't have to work through a strategy like this when I was a kid to manage my emotion because I didn't show my emotions. Right. So that has been a really a wonderful opportunity for us. And then the other thing that we've started doing is getting the word out in the communities. And so we're doing virtual and in-person presentations now, where we do something similar like this, but my clinician partner is in the room. So we take the clinical lens into it as well. And the most important part is making people be aware of where they are to say, what do I need to change? And we're doing four in the next 2 weeks with school communities in my local area in Essex County, Ontario, and looking very forward to it. But open that up as a possibility to anyone who would like to bring that into virtually or not. In the children's book series, we are looking at translating in any and all languages if it fits with your culture and your beliefs, so that we can get that out into the world as much as possible. So let's just, I'm going to go to, this is great. I click on it and it opens. I don't even need to. Okay. So when deep breathing was one of the strategies that I showed you, didn't really model, but I showed you at the beginning. And the other two that we like to talk about is visualization. And visualization and deep breathing sometimes go hand in hand. I spoke to Dr. Anna Esperham, who is a pediatrician down in the States. And I'm sure, Celia, you model these things as well. But when children learn to visualize, and she shares one, and she says it much more eloquently than I do, that, I'm feeling like this right now. And they love Disney, and they pick a character in Disney that they relate to. And then they envision that character holding firecrackers. Remember, it's just visualization. It's not real. And putting that fear into the firecrackers and sending it off to the universe. They can actually practice calming their minds by visualizing something that brings them peace. And there are so many of them out there, but it's another way. And we could do the same thing, right? You can close your eyes and imagine that you're in a certain place at a certain time. Maybe it's a moment in your life that was beautiful and precious to you. You visualize that, you bring them back, and you calm yourself. Grounding in nature, my goodness. This is, our kids, I drive past playgrounds and there's no one there. And I understand why in the last couple of years with the pandemic, we're starting to see kids come back outside again. It doesn't have to be in a public place. It can be in your own backyard, digging in the dirt, going out in bare feet. Nature brings us back to all of the wonder around us. And it's in not just feeling it. If we think about our five senses, one of the books is actually The Power, I Can Check My Senses. Closing our eyes and listening. Oh my gosh, the cardinals that are out there singing to each other today. I think I just heard something fly by. Oh, there's a plane in the distance. And what happens is, wherever you are in that moment, because you are outside or inside, but outside is wonderful because you've got the fresh air and all of this. Maybe you have a slight wind. What can you touch? What can you feel? What sounds? Use the 5 senses and taste. Okay, bring coffee with you. Bring something with you for your walk. But let your kids discover and explore and teach them that as well, because that's another tool they can use to calm themselves. You know, walking to the bus stop in the morning, if they're going, maybe we add 5 minutes into walking in the bus stop and we make that an exploratory thing to set their day off on the right thing. Maybe it's something the family does 3 times a week. You're off for a walk together. You're going to a park. You're playing in the sand. You set up something in your own yard. But grounding in nature is so, so, so powerful. So those are some of the things that I wanted to share with you today. And I apologize again for my blender.
Oh,
Anyway,
you're fine. You're fine.
I'm happy to take questions or anything that you have.
So much valuable information, Lynn. Thank you
you.
so much. And there are some questions. Matt asks if any thoughts on love language parenting with children on the spectrum.
Absolutely. So the spectrum, as you know as well, I mean, spectrum is everything from a child who's nonverbal to fully communicate. So the question is larger than on the spectrum, but are there questions? First of all, can you ask the questions and they'll be understood? Is there a different way that your child can respond? We use cork boards. We use, oh my God, the visual cues. Oh my gosh, I did special education. I'm blanking on the words right now. If you can get the questions across to the child in a way that they can understand and answer, and maybe it's setting up the visual cues where they have the 4 choices. If they understand that, then you can get that information from them. And maybe the words, maybe you need to rewrite the language so it's not, I don't know what the level of comprehension is, or maybe physical touch isn't, maybe you're modeling. Is this important to you? Do you like this? You know, using a behavior as opposed to the words. So yes, I think it's doable. It's just thinking about it in a way that works for that individual.
And we have another question. Hold on.
PAX. That's what I wanted to say. PAX, picture exchange.
Oh, there you go. Wait, I'm like having technical difficulty, tech team. Wait, what did I do? Okay. I can't make this show.
It's okay. How do you help your child move from the
How do you help your child? Yeah, that's it. I'm trying to make, why does it say hi? Oh, it's on there.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay. Hey, I'm right with you with tech, as you will know. You know, that is a huge question because there's not one answer, right? First of all, it's figuring out where you are, what you're modeling, and then be able to take that child to the first step. So if you've got a kid, for example, who is in the bedroom 15 hours a day, that's enormous. That is bigger than you. You need help. You need a wraparound program for something like that, right? And people can help you who've been through this. Clinicians, a practicing team, someone who might come into your home to help, whatever it looks like in your place of the world. But you need help. I would ask for support on that. And sometimes it's just talking to friends from the get-go to say, oh, whoa, what do we do here? But that's a big one. That's where, you know, the level of getting out of the comfort zone needs help. But maybe it's enticing them with something they love every single day. You know, the first step is, hey, mom's going out for a walk. Let's go. What do they like? Do they like to go for ice cream? I heard ice cream being mentioned earlier. We're going to go for some ice cream. And you take that baby step. Maybe they're not going in the ice cream parlor though. Maybe they're standing outside. So those baby steps make all the difference in the world, but you have to start somewhere. You really do. And if you focus on, my opinion, I'm not the clinician, Celia, you are. If you focus on what do they love to do and what will bring them happiness, that's the first thing to get them to start to move them. And then, you know, and
exactly.
This is the teacher.
I was just going to say that.
I got to talk about positive affirmations. You know, I'll tell a little story very, very quick because I know we're running out of time, but a little girl who kept getting up on her desk every single day, look at me, ha, ha, fun. And every single day, staff took her off the desk, put her on the floor. Guess what happened? That was great. She got personal attention. She got all that great stuff. And a whole team had to come together to say, this is really going to be tough. We're going to make sure it's as safe as it can be. Parents were on board. We're not taking her off that desk anymore. And how long do you think she stayed on the desk the first time? A very long time. But as soon as she stepped down, everybody was waiting. Wow, look at you. You got on the floor. Yeah, ooh, ooh, ooh. we sometimes give positive reinforcements, actually too often, to behaviors we shouldn't be. And it's looking for those little things to say, I'm waiting, I'm just waiting for this to happen. And you are ready with banners and whatever you're going to do to make that child feel wow. And then they want to repeat that behavior because they got that reinforcement. That's another big piece.
Exactly. So often we focus on the negative behavior, and to children, to children, attention is attention. If they're getting it for something they did right, or something they didn't go right, or that they chose not so good, and they're getting that attention, they'll keep doing it.
Yep.
Because they're not getting attention for what they're trying to do right. So
right.
In that example, that's exactly what that shows.
Mm-hmm.
Give the attention to where you want your child to learn to make better choices. And when that child makes a better choice, celebrate it and help them. And it's
going to take time. That little girl got back up on that desk for a lot more times, but then eventually that behavior was what we used to call extinguished. But anyway.
Exactly, because they've gotten into a habit. It's like tantrums. If you're always giving into a tantrum, and then after the tantrum, you're trying to break that cycle, it's not going to happen overnight, because they're used to, well, if I cry long enough, somebody's giving in to me. So I'm just going to keep crying. Someone will give in to me, until they realize over a period of time that nobody's giving in to them. And that method is no longer working.
Yeah. It's tough, but you can do it, everybody. You can do it.
Exactly. And there's a couple other things that you mentioned that I want to touch on. And that is the ability to listen. And claim is spelled wrong. Sorry. Claim. Claim you're free. Oh, bring it back. Bring it back. It's all right. It's all right. See, I'm noticing the negative. It's a proofreader. I used to be a proofreader long ago. But it's fear too. So many parents really base their parenting methods on fear. I literally had a parent ask me one time, well, he's not doing his homework. How do I get him to do his homework? Because if he doesn't do his homework, he's never going to college. And I'm like, and the child was like in 4th grade. And I'm like, is that really true? Is that true that if you don't do your homework, you're not going to college? There are people in college that don't do their homework. They take a behavior and they throw it into the future. And what will that mean? And so there's a lot of flexibility in parenting that needs to be, and not always looking at what will happen. If we do this, this is going to happen, and not assuming and predicting. I have a lot of clients that I give them a way to start creating cooperation in their home. And their first thing they'll say is, that'll never work. And I'll be like, don't predict. Do not predict. Yep.
It's deficit thinking.
Mindset.
Deficit thinking pretty much says it's not going to work. I think if we're aware of that from the beginning, right? No, maybe it's this little piece of it that's going to work, right? Sometimes we make our plans way too big too. I mean, it doesn't have to be that big to start.
It's like you say, baby steps.
Yeah.
Baby steps create giant leaps.
Oh,
so
I like
baby
that. Giant
step
leaps.
Your way to success. Well, I just so many great things, so many amazing things. And, let Lynn feel the love in the chat. You already got a lot of love going on here.
Zen, I saw 42 out of 10. Wow. I need to talk to you.
They love you. They love you.
Oh,
Claim your free calm toolkit. Go to dayofcalm.org. Start that calm. Keep it going after this. Wait, Lillian has a comment. Do you celebrate all the time that they do the same good thing, like bathing immediately she comes back from school without you asking her?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
We both said it at the same time.
For
Absolutely.
Sure.
When you do stuff, it comes down to appreciation. I always give people this example in my home because they wonder, how longevity in a relationship works. And sometimes a huge factor in relationships falling apart, be it parent and child, be it parent and parent, a love relationship, even coworkers. It comes down to lack of appreciation. My husband does the laundry. I do the dishes. Why? I don't like to do the laundry, and he doesn't like to do the dishes. So it works out very well. He does the laundry and I do the dishes. And every time that man brings a laundry basket up, I thank him. He does it a lot because he does the laundry. I mean, it's just two of us, not like it's like constant. But I thank him and appreciate him for the effort, even though it's something he's expected to do.
Okay. So you thank you for the reminder. Because, sometimes we get into a routine. My husband does the cooking and I'm going to thank him every single day from now on. Thank you for that reminder. Sometimes what's the word? We forget.
It gets mundane.
Yeah. Even validation and appreciation. We all need it. Adults, 90.
Absolutely.
We all need it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's not, people say, oh, that's bribery. It's not bribery. It's appreciation. You want to be appreciated. If you are not appreciated and you don't feel appreciated, if your child feels undervalued, if you ask a teenager, why are they not connected and hanging out in their family? They'll say, because nobody cares about me. Nobody asks me my opinions. Nobody values me. I feel totally invisible. If you are making a child, a partner, a coworker feel invisible because you're not even attentive to what they're doing or being a good listener, you will split that relationship every time. Yeah. Every time.
Listening to understand.
Yes.
Not just listening to impose your opinion.
Right. And listening, like you said, with the phone, listen with your eyes, not listening with the phone in your hand. Listen with your eyes and your heart. If you're in the Pumped Up Parenting group on Facebook, and if you're not and you want it, message us. There's a great listening game that I created. I didn't create it. Back it up. I did not create this game. I adjusted this game. I actually learned it when I got trained and certified in children's yoga. We did this game, and it was fabulous. And so I now offer it to all my parents. I do it in my camps, and kids love this game. Why? Somebody's listening to them. But it is a great game to learn listening skills. The speaker is speaking gibberish. Doesn't matter what they're speaking about. You're concentrating on how well you're listening to that person, not interrupting, not going, picking up your phone. You're just listening. And it's a great skill if you want to connect more with your children and your partners and anyone you relate to. Mm-hmm. So Lynn, absolutely pleasure. Always a pleasure. Reach out to Lynn if you want to know more. It's a wealth of information, as you have seen. Plus, she has amazing books. And please reach out to her, Lynn McLaughlin, McLaughlin.com. Sorry, Lynn. I put your name at the end. We're getting spacey. We're coming to the end. And thank you for being here. You've really made the International Day of Calm a great one with your contribution.
My honor and my pleasure. Self-compassion, everyone.
Yes,
you can
absolutely. You can. And don't call yourself names. Don't be like, oh my gosh, how can I be so stupid? Why am I so dumb?
Why did I do that? Yeah, I got to go kick myself now.
What was I thinking?
Yeah, I'll kick myself for the glitch, but I'll get over it pretty quick. Okay. Right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Lynn. And for all of you staying on, we are almost done our first round of program and classes for the day. And I thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here. There is one more class today. It is at 5 p.m. Eastern time with Bob Vetter. Bob Vetter is Maddie Cheers's husband, who you saw earlier about storytelling, which makes him my brother-in-law. And he is also a spiritual leader, a wisdom keeper, and he is going to talk about something because I lost what he's going to talk about. Help, team. What's he talking about? Look, they're all asleep. They're not asleep. I'm just kidding. Oh, the healing power of calm. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The healing power of calm. And basically, he's going to give you tools to start healing your mindset and really allowing this recovery and this change to happen. Tune in at 5 p.m. You won't be sorry. Eastern time, whatever that is in your time zone, 4 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Mountain, 2 p.m. Pacific, and go on from there. Guys, I'm grateful for you being here. Head over to dayofcalm.org, pick up your free calm toolkit. Don't forget that we have a little contest going on, that if you create a little video of how much you're enjoying the International Day of Calm and you tag us with our tag, which is our social hashtag, which is I'm Calm Too. Hashtag I'm Calm Too. That's IMCALM, the number 2. I'm Calm Too. Tag us. We're going to have a drawing so you can get all these copies of my books. And we may throw in a few other things, and maybe some of the speakers may even throw in some copies of their books. You never know. We're throwing it out there. So, more classes tomorrow and Friday. I'll be ending the summit with my class on how to stop yelling at your kids once and for all. Wendy Olagi will be joining me again during that session, and we'll have time for all the speakers that are able to come up and say hi and ask questions. So don't miss a minute. Share this out with your friends. And remember that if you miss a session, it will stay recorded. You'll be able to find it on YouTube, watch it again. Or if you're like, whoa, I really need to hear this again, play it over. I hope you've enjoyed this. On a scale of 1 to 10, how's it been this day? How has this first day of the International Day of Calm been for you? Put it in the comments. We'd love to see it. And I want you all to stay intentional today and keep this feeling inside, keep this knowledge, continue to use it day after day after day. On Friday, I am going to give you a special little tool that will help control you losing your patience every time it happens. Every time you're going to have a special word. It's a secret. You won't know it till you watch, to help you not lose your patience and keep moving forward. Coach Celia, where can I get the Calm Kit? I'm on the Day of Calm page. Anupon, Czar, where can she get the Calm Kit? We're going to get that answer for you right away, Lillian. There you go. Yeah, but she's there. Where is it? The homepage. Is there a specific spot on the homepage? We're working on it, Lily. I'm trying to get you as many details as possible. Sharing the link in the description. Oh, he is sharing the link in the description. So in the chat, you're going to share the link. So look in the chat. I'm super, super blessed. I've been here for 4 hours watching on TV and commenting on the phone. We are the ones that are blessed. We are the ones that are blessed that you are here, because you are all here working to make this world better. Not just talking about it like so many do, but actually doing the actions we need to do to make this world better for the next generation and future generations. I am the one that's blessed in all of this. I thank you, thank you, thank you. The link is in the description of what? In the chat stream? I don't see a link. Wait, we're going to get this. I'm not going to sign off until I know where this link is. And we want to give a big thanks to Anupon, who has been up for like over 24 hours and really needs to go to sleep. And I hope he sleeps before our next conversation. YouTube description. Oh, in the YouTube. So you go in YouTube and you look at the description, open that up, and the link's in there. Okay. And a huge shout out to Czar. If you guys want to show your face so they know what you look like, you could. Czar's like, oh my gosh, no, I can't show my face. Here is the great and wonderful and powerful Anupam, and here's the beautiful Czar. You look beautiful. Without these two on Team Day of Calm, none of this would have happened. Clearly, like I'm good with kids and I'm great with parents, not so great with technology. So a huge shout out to both of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to all of you, once again, my gratitude is endless. Please share this out and help other people. And thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to spend it here with us. I wish you days filled with peace, love, tons of laughter. Don't forget to laugh. Stuff is funny. You're funny. Your kids are funny. Lighten it up. Don't take life so seriously. Your kids will love the laughter and the fun. Make it a great day. Make it your best day. And we'll see you here at 5 p.m. this evening. Thank you for joining us.